I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. In compliance with notification requirement of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If a member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests, from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on the top of them. They are on when the light is blue. All right, in front of us, we have the minutes of January 31st of our External Affairs Committee meeting. Are there any corrections or additions? All right. Can I, you know what? Okay, all right, a second? Second. Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? The motion is approved. Okay, at this time, did we need to take attendance? No?
No.
Oh, she got it. Okay, all right, cool. I'd like to ask the chairs of each of the advisory councils to provide updates on any activities since the last meeting. There's two people. Is there, okay, I'm gonna ask Valerie McCall. I don't see she's here. Bashara Addison's not here. Tim Snyder, you're not here. And Marvin Randallson is not here. Correct? Okay, well, okay. And so what you can do is the summaries for each of our Business Advisory Council, Community Advisory Council, Rural Advisory Council, Emerging Leaders Advisory Council, they can be found in the packet, in the back of the packet. So if you want to stay up to date, just take a look in the back of the packet. Now we will transition to public comment on agenda. Has anyone signed to speak today? Okay, no one is here. And next, we will go to our chair and executive director's report. Executive Director Galucci, you're up.
Thank you. Good morning. I just have a few updates. One is that we did have our NOACA External Affairs Virtual Forum, which this committee did help to create. We had 135 registrants. You can watch it online, and it was very successful. I want to thank the Public Affairs Division as well as the Policy and Compliance Division for putting together this wonderful forum. Also, we have some safety transportation billboards, or transportation safety billboards. You can see them in various locations, 14 of them. We have both static and digital, and they are advertised until mid-May. We are using both Lamar and Outfront Media, who are the two providers locally of billboards. And as you can see in the picture, I think they're going to really have an impact as we try to put some public service announcements out there about various issues that lead to fatalities and serious injuries. And then we had a request at the last meeting from Callie Mersman regarding the metrics for advertising, specifically related to the Northeast Ohio Loves Transit Challenge. And that campaign was a 4-week campaign, cross-marketing. There were 4.2 million impressions expected, but we actually delivered 5 million. And there was 109,000 reach, 3,000 engagement, 2,600 website hits, and 101 spots aired. 99 of them were purchased. And that is it for my update. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. There are no action items for today's meeting, and so next we will transition to our presentation. So I would like to call up Bev Bertzlaff for the updates. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to the chair, members of the committee. I'm Bev Bertzlaff. I'm the Government Affairs Associate Director here at NOACA. We've had a busy last few months. I'll try to go through this somewhat quickly because we have a couple other presentations on the agenda this morning, but feel free to stop me, ask questions at any point, and we can slow it down. There's no action requested. This item is just is for presentation and discussion only. So I'll start with federal updates. Some of you have seen this slide before, but about a month ago, NOACA went to DC for our annual round of Capitol Hill visits. And Board President Chris Ronayne went along with Grace and I. We met with a number of members of Congress and their staff persons, including Shontel Brown's staff, and then we met with Representative Dave Joyce, Representative Marcy Kaptur, Rep. Bob Latta, and Representative Max Miller. Those discussions were mostly discussing the funding freezes that have been coming out of Washington, the federal funding freezes. We discussed the new administration's priorities, funding grants, or discretionary grants to Northeast Ohio, both grants that are pending and grants that have already been awarded. And we talked about some of the executive orders coming out of the administration. And we also discussed this issue of perhaps moving the NASA headquarters to NASA Glenn. While we were there, it happened to be Great Lakes Week, and we attended a Great Lakes Day congressional breakfast where you can see a number of legislators from Ohio spoke. Rep. Dave Joyce there on the left. There's Grace. Marcy Kaptur spoke. Senator John Husted spoke. Senator Amy Klobuchar from Minnesota, and Senator Bernie Moreno. So, and there were a number of other speakers, so it was a great event. And everyone really rallied around the idea of how important it is to protect our Great Lakes for commerce, recreation, business, job opportunity. While we were there, also happened to be Ohio's 222nd birthday celebration. So we were able to attend that and also have additional time to see and talk to some of our members of Congress. You can see there that's Congressman Max Miller and Congresswoman Amelia Sykes from the Akron area. Speaking of the executive orders that the president has issued, we've been busy sort of following those and following the impact that they will have on NOACA and on the region. There are two that really will have the most impact on what we do here at NOACA, the Unleashing American Energy, and another one called Ending Radical and Wasteful Government, DEI Programs and Preferencing. A lot of what's going to happen with the executive orders, I think it's a little too soon to tell. A lot of these are tied up in court cases that will continue to be appealed for some time, but we're watching that. We're following the court cases. There are dozens of court cases challenging and then appealing those challenges. So a lot of this remains to be seen. I also wanted to mention that in addition to the executive orders, the directors of the various agencies and secretaries have been implementing their own directives in order to carry out those executive orders. So for instance, the US DOT has issued a number of directives about how they will implement the president's executive orders. They are also reviewing all previous grant awards issued since January of 2021, those that do not have fully obligated grant agreements in place. Now, that will impact some of the grants that have been issued here in Northeast Ohio. DOT is saying all awards must comply with the president's executive orders, and they will review them. They may remove projects or program components related to equity and environmental justice, climate, greenhouse gas reduction, and bicycle and EV infrastructure. So again, court decisions may impact some of these actions as well. We're following a number of grants to our region that are being reviewed. The City of Cleveland's Infra and Reconnecting Communities Awards for the North Coast Connector. There are a number of Safe Streets for All grants for Cuyahoga County, Cleveland Heights, Lorain County, Willowick, and Independence. There are a couple grants under the RAISE program, now called BUILD, for the City of Lorain. And Cleveland Metro Parks. So those are just a few of the grants that we are monitoring and urging our elected officials to ensure that those funds do, in fact, come through. Like I said earlier, we did discuss this idea of perhaps moving NASA's headquarters here to the NASA Glenn facility. It's got a lot of support here in Northeast Ohio. And the NOACA board on March 14th, as many of you know, adopted a resolution to support those efforts to relocate the NASA headquarters here. We're competing with other states, including Florida and Texas. The administration has put out at least one statement saying that they're not planning to move the headquarters, but I think everything's in flux right now. So we're still waiting to see, looking for further information from the administration. A new issue has come up that I wanted to bring up to this committee and looking for your input. As Congress is deliberating on their budget reconciliation package, they are looking for new revenue offsets, what they call pay-fors, for this package. One of the things they've talked about is potentially eliminating or limiting the tax-exempt status of municipal bonds. This would increase borrowing costs for state and local governments, and it would impact a lot of their infrastructure projects. We know that the National League of Cities, the Government Finance Officers Association are among the groups that are advocating to retain the tax-exempt status. So we'd love to hear from this committee whether you think that's something we should add to our sort of legislative agenda, things that we discuss with our legislators. And you're welcome to speak up now, or we can discuss it more at the end.
I'll comment. No, I think we should add it to our agenda. I know I've already made phone calls to the congressmen and the senators about that issue. I think it's important for us to have that exempt status. They've got many other things in that reconciliation package that they can attack. This one, I think they need to maintain for us.
Anyone else? Or just, would we like to just, I guess with the pleasure of our committee, would we like to recommend to our board to take the position regarding the elimination or limit tax exempt state or municipal bonds? Anybody feel one way or the other? Can we get a motion?
I'll make.
Okay, hold on.
Thank you. I'll make that motion.
Oh, okay, sorry. You want a second?
A second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, hold on, go ahead.
I do have a question. Is it possible to maybe do some research and figure out what the potential financial impact would be
Yes,
if this passes?
okay. I think that's something, Bev, are you?
Absolutely.
Okay,
I can get back to you on that.
all right, and hopefully, the next time we meet in July, we'll have a fuller impact, but, okay, there are no oppositions. So the motion passes, we will pass it on to the larger board and be able to bring, those, the impacts, if that goes through. Oh, yeah, I know, that's what I said, okay, right, I said all those opposed, I said the motion passed. Yeah. Oh, I am so sorry. All those in favor? Yeah, I think they said that, right?
No?
No? Okay, maybe not, and maybe in my mind, we replayed that. Sorry. Any opposed? The motion carries. Okay, so as I was, indicating that we will make sure that we get the updated information regarding the impacts, at least based on, uh, you know, any bonds that will impact the work that we are doing so that people, will have at least an idea of what will be at stake if this doesn't get resolved. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all for supporting on that issue. And we will pursue that. I will look into the financial impacts, both. I believe you're probably requesting both for the impacts on communities as well as impact on the budget package. I can look for both of those. I'll move on then to state updates. As I'm sure many of you know, being an odd numbered year, the state of Ohio is considering its biennial budgets. There are two that are always considered in the first months of odd numbered years. And those are the transportation and the operating budgets. So the transportation budget is now finalized. I'll talk a little about that in a minute. Operating budget still ongoing. NOACA submitted testimony to 4 State House hearings regarding the transportation budget. And our testimony related to supporting safety initiatives, funding for passenger rail, funding for transit, the E-Check program, funding and funding for brownfields, transportation revenue in general, and interchange policy. And I just wanted to point out that all of our testimony literally comes directly out of this document, the State Initiatives for Action that you all approve each year. And it's in your packet each quarter. And just a little reminder that this is not an academic exercise, that we literally go down and do a checklist of each one of these items to make sure that we are using this as our guidebook when we advocate at the state level, federal level as well. So these are some of the things that you all have supported and we have put into our initiatives for action. So as I said a moment ago, the transportation budget has been signed into law. It has to be signed by the end of March under Ohio law. So how did we do? How did it go? Several of our priorities we believe were achieved. Safety was prioritized in this budget, and a lot of the thanks for that goes to ODOT, who really did propose a great deal of funding for safety in the governor's budget proposal. We also had advocated very strongly to repeal a requirement for an interchange at Boston Road on I-71, and that was removed. We're pleased with that. The transit funding for the next 2 years remains level. It didn't go up, but it didn't go down either. So honestly, we have to consider that a victory in the current climate. Some other provisions, the E-Check program was weakened. And The transportation budget did not include funding and support for passenger rail as we had hoped, but there's still hope for that in the operating budget. I'll get to that in a minute. Again, on the I-71 interchange, that requirement was acted in 2023 through the last transportation budget. We had testified for 2 years, numerous times, in support of bills to repeal that requirement. And it was finally repealed through this biennial transportation budget and signed into law. Again, transit funding remains essentially level compared to the last biennial budget, with $70 million a year. The budget did continue to fund something called the Ohio Workforce Mobility Program, which was a new program 2 years ago in the last transportation budget. We had advocated to keep that program in place, and it was retained, although with a slight decrease in funding. On passenger rail, we had advocated for the state of Ohio to rejoin something called the Midwest Interstate Passenger Rail Commission and Compact. That was taken out of the transportation budget. But I'm happy to say that it's now in the currently pending operating budget. So there's still a chance that that will become law. We also supported funding to advance new Ohio routes that are being pursued by the state of Ohio with federal support. The so-called 3C and D route and the Cleveland to Toledo to Detroit route. Those would add significant new options for our region. So we're still advocating for that funding in the operating budget. It was not included in the transportation budget. So again, the operating budget is still pending. The House passed version did include the funding to rejoin the Midwest Interstate Passenger Rail Compact. It does include some of the additional transit funding that we were counting on. Some of that has to come through the operating budget because it's general revenue fund dollars. It includes a $5 increase, increase in BMV fees. So when you go to the BMV to get your renewal, there will be a $5 increase if this goes through. And it does include $250 million in biennial brownfield funding, which is great. And it's definitely welcome funding. We are also, though, seeking some programmatic changes to the way that funding is doled out. Right now, it's basically first come, first serve. And we're supporting some provisions that would make it, move it to a merit-based approach based on legislation that our own state rep, Bride Rose Sweeney, has proposed. Speaking again of passenger rail, back on March 5th, there was a day of advocacy at the State House sponsored by All Aboard Ohio. NOACA was represented there. We had Andrew Bean, who works with us in government affairs, representing NOACA. And then there was NOACA board member Callie Mersman, NOACA alternate Annie Pease, and there were staff and board from All Aboard Ohio and Amtrak. So by all accounts, it was a very successful day, and they got really good feedback from the legislators regarding the need to expand passenger rail in Ohio. We did have our legislative meet and greet prior to the March 14th board meeting. Unfortunately, very low turnout because of the ongoing budget hearings at the State House. Normally, Friday mornings are safe. They're usually back in their home districts by Friday, but because they were trying to finalize the transportation budget and hearings were already starting on the operating budget, many of them were stuck in Columbus. So we did have Reps Juanita Brent and Tristan Rader attend. We're thinking about moving the event to a different month in future budget years to avoid that potential conflict with the budget hearings. Just wanted to mention again, we're still participating in an initiative to look at ways to allow municipalities to have a little more control over speed limits inside their municipal borders. We're working with a grassroots organization called Ohioans for Safe Streets. They are drafting some legislative proposals to provide greater local control and context-based flexibility for speed limits. Right now, it's fairly prescribed under state law, and it's a really big deal to try to get a speed limit reduced from 35, say, down to 30 or 25. So we're looking to see if there's a way to do that. This group has been researching what other states have done to address this issue. We're working with ODOT, and we know that speed is a big factor in the crash rates that have continued. Crash rates have come down a little in the past year, so we're happy to see that. They're still higher, though, than they were pre-COVID. So we're starting to see them decline, but we'd like to see a little more, and that's why, you know, we're really emphasizing safety now in a lot of our out-facing work here. So I'm looking for input. If any of you think this is something we should definitely be continue to pursue, we can, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
I would say yes. I'm Matt Moss with the City of Cleveland. This is something we're looking at, and I'm also starting to attend the Ohioans for Safe Streets meetings along with Bev. And so far, they've been, I think, really productive and interesting to follow along with. And reducing speed limits is part of our Vision Zero action plan. So very much in support of this, and looking to, right now at least, I'm looking at ways locally to socialize the idea with stakeholders, particularly those in the healthcare industry, because they deal with the outcomes of crashes resulting from high speeds. High speeds results are just correlated very strongly with greater incidence of fatal and serious injury crashes, which end up in our hospital systems. So very interested in supporting this and appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that comment. And yeah, the group has also coordinated with like the Ohio insurance industry. We think about crashes and the impact they have on health and injuries and death, but there's a huge economic cost to when you have, with the vehicle crashes. And so the insurance industry and others are also very supportive of anything we can do to try to bring those numbers down. So we'll continue to work with that group. And when they get more concrete legislative proposals, I'll bring those to you. Hopefully by the next meeting, there'll be something that they're having some ideas sort of drafted up by Legislative Service Commission at the State House.
Bev, can I ask a question? Is there good data around whether these crashes are occurring with folks going posted speed limits, or more frequently with people exceeding the speed limits that are posted?
There is data, and I can get that for you. I mean, definitely speeding is a factor in a lot of crashes.
Yeah, I was just remembering back to I'm a traffic engineer going through school, learning about this. There is obviously a whole history and reasoning behind why speed limits are set as they are, and studies. And again, I'm just kind of absolutely, I know that speed is a huge impact in crashes, and I've seen all that data about how much it increases significantly, when speed just increases a small amount. But I guess I wonder if a big part of the problem needs to be enforcement as opposed to changing speed limits, because if we change speed limits and there's no enforcement, people are going to continue to go the same speed. I know this has been brought up around this table before with the West Shoreway as a perfect example of where we reduced it to 35. Probably a good percentage of the traffic is still going 50. Maybe they're not going 60, but both sides really need to be looked at, and I'm not against this. I just want to make sure that it's done in the right way and that we're not creating different kinds of problems, by, again, creating a speed that's so low that no one's going to drive it anyways, and that's going to create other issues. So I just want to make sure it's all being thought.
Yeah, I can try to get you some of the latest data. Certainly, and we have our engineering team looks at that, and I'm sure they can help me out with some of that.
Yeah.
Certainly enforcement is key. And there are other factors besides speeding. I mean,
Of course.
distracted driving is a huge
Huge
factor.
piece, right,
And
right.
that's contributed to a lot of the crashes that we've seen, going back, even before COVID. So, but it seems like during COVID, people did start driving faster, and those habits are slow to come back to change. So we're trying to, we're hoping that will return to baseline at some point. But some of the communities are just frustrated. They've expressed frustration that they may have a state highway essentially that goes through their community that is tagged at 35 miles per hour under state law, but that is maybe mostly residential, and there's schools and there's churches and there's parks and bike lanes on either
Sure.
side, and so those kinds of things. So I guess, a lot of what we're trying to look at is whether there's some way to allow communities to look at the context of the situation and maybe have a little more input in discussion with ODOT, perhaps, but where it's not it's not just dictated at 35 miles per hour.
Yeah, and I think that makes a lot of sense. Believe me, I'm not saying we shouldn't be evaluating this. I'm just saying, I think we need to look at all the different impacts and make sure we're attacking it from all different directions, because like I said, I just don't want to create something that changes the problem, but
Yeah.
it creates a bigger or different problem. So,
In the next committee, which is the policy committee, we have a presentation on a potential proposal for a safety fund
I
that
saw
we are looking at. And we will go into some of the reasons why there are severe crashes and fatalities. So you may want to stick around for that one if you have
thank
the
you. I
time.
can't. We have a groundbreaking, so I'm being replaced.
If I would, on the
Okay.
distracted driver piece, I'd be interested in any data there. I will say too, as you look at this, we had a street in our city that was 25. It was really sort of a cut through from a highway interchange to a neighboring community that had grown out in Avon Lake. And to your point, we do a fair amount of enforcement and speed signs. And it was effective, but it was a real drain on our force and manpower, because you can't just police one street. Having said that, we had done our own research of, even though it has curb and gutters, of putting the 25 mile an hour in the roadway as speed. And then what we'd found was really, and there's some other studies, is even though it had curb and gutter, we striped the roadway and to the minimum specs. And that drove down average speeds on average for that high percentage of drivers, like 6 to 7 miles an hour. I mean, it was like way more successful than we thought. And we still police it. We still have speed signs, but that striping on the roadway was a game changer. So as we look at this, to your point of looking at all options, it was like a birthday gift for me that the numbers came back, because it had been a real contentious issue with residents.
Yeah, and I totally agree. Again, that's sort of what I'm getting at, is can we look at this holistically and not only attack speed, all the pieces? And I'm glad you guys are having that presentation. I'm really sorry to miss it, but thank you. That's just kind of the point I want.
And as part of that, we have developed community safety reports. So we do it every 2 years. And if the last ones are from 2022, they're online. We're about to release the new ones for 2024. And they identify both human behavior and infrastructure issues that cause severe crashes and fatalities. And so how to go about moving forward with some kind of infrastructure improvements, as well as just looking at things like speed limits.
Gotcha.
I
Great.
just want to add, Debbie, I think you're right in describing, and Paul is describing this as like a safe systems. It takes every aspect. I think what feels really acute related to this specific issue is even just our experience in Cleveland a few years ago with Franklin Boulevard, because that's a mile-long road. State law is it seems really counterintuitive to residents in that commercial districts can be signed at 25. But if it's a street that's a mile long, we have to sign it at 35, even if the uses are residential or community oriented. And so it was creating a lot of friction for us with the community, because they're like, this is a residential street, it should be 25 miles an hour. We sign it at 25, we get sued for issuing tickets. It's complicated. So this, I think, is meant to try to address that issue. This effort is meant to try to address that issue, but you're absolutely right in that it's really a safe systems approach. It has to be holistic.
Great. Yeah. Thank you all.
One other comment on this. I'm glad you brought that up. The behavioral side of things is an individual thing. People drive, they look at risk, they look at reward for that speed to get through that area where they want to go. I mean, you can see it every time I drive here. So risk reward. The other thing is how do you legislate it? You put up increase, or decrease your speed limits. What will that do? It's going to still take that behavior of people saying, okay, I will go that speed limit. Enforcement is another thing. We did a big push in Lorraine County over St. Patrick's Day. It's amazing how many people we found who were texting and driving, who, we had seat belts, a behavioral issue. We had a lot of speeding, within 10, pulled over and spoken to. Those over, a certain number is, they were cited. It was a big weekend that we had there. One person was watching television driving. So the distracted driving thing is something that needs enforcement, and we need to have that element taken care of. But you can't do what we did. We put all hands on deck that weekend to make that happen, to get the numbers. And so when you reduce that to normal day to day, how that's going to strap your city's budgets is something you're going to have to work with. And other than that, we had a ward in Elyria that was had a lot of traffic issues with speeding. And so they really did, they really stayed out there and worked that until everybody knew around the corner, you're going to face a potential stop and summons. So anyhow, that's just some of the history we had, but I like the comment on behavior. I will be here for the next meeting to listen through.
Can I add one thing? When's the last time the state did anything for driver training? I don't know if I'm just getting old and crabby, but it just seems like there's a bare minimum coming out, and they have cars now with technology that they park themselves, they have reverse cameras. And with my own kids, I made them drive cars without that stuff so they can learn how to use a mirror and see what's coming up next to them and behind them. But I just see the quality of driving seems to be lower, but it could be me.
No, it's not you. And in fact, the removal of driver's ed from high schools, I think, has a lot to do with it. And that now has just been reversed. So the governor has, and I don't know exactly what they put into the transportation budget.
Yeah, I don't think it made it. And Governor DeWine has supported putting it back in high schools. I don't think the legislature agreed to that.
I just don't think it should be. I think it should be a privilege still, not a right. Until you do it right, or and take safety in mind and take those things in mind. But I know at that age, but I think COVID was a game changer because there was no enforcement.
I also look forward to carrying this conversation to the policy meeting. To the point about COVID, I agree. If everybody remembers, during COVID, there was a situation with the License Bureau. I believe a lot of the temporary tags had some kind of glue that wasn't affixing to the cardboard. So everybody was driving around without license plates. Everybody got in the habit of that. And when you're driving around without a license plate, you get a little bit more reckless. So as we talk about this, I think in Cleveland specifically, a lot of the worst accidents seem to have happened of late with stolen vehicles. If you're willing to steal a vehicle, you're willing to break the speed limit and drive recklessly as well, especially if a police chase is involved. So has there been any talk with law enforcement or with the state possibly about strengthening some of the penalties around stolen vehicles? Has it been a consideration to either create another task force or to address stolen vehicles, right? If we can address this at the root of the problem, again, the most dangerous aspect of this.
Not on the NOACA side, but that might be something that we can suggest to ODOT.
Okay. I had a couple more questions, to the point about drivers, again, drivers' education. As we put more bicyclists in the road, and they're there with drivers with less education, I think, again, staying in front of it is probably the best idea. Does NOACA work with any of the bicycle advocacy groups to help or assist with cyclist education while they're sharing the road?
We work very closely with bicycle advocacy organizations like Bike Cleveland, and of course, we have our BPAC, which I know you are a member. So we do on projects, and we do through the council.
And I had one more question earlier. We discussed the billboards that NOACA was going to be using. Are any of those digital billboards? And is there any data on distraction from digital billboards?
Some are digital and some are static. I don't know if there's any data on whether or not digital billboards distract the drivers, but we can certainly look into that.
I think that would be important. I see that they added one on the West Shoreway that is like very distracting as far as I'm concerned. So if NOACA is going to be advertising on those billboards, I think it would make sense, to look into that as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, well, great discussion. Clearly, this is an issue that we should continue to focus on and look at, and it's clearly a multifaceted issue, and there are many factors that go into safety, but I appreciate all these comments, and these are things that we can sort of add to, the way we look at safety and try to address it here. Just wanted to mention too, many of you are, we're at the board meeting on March 14th, but just want to mention that NOACA adopted a resolution to support Ohio Issue 2 on the May 6th ballot that renews the state capital improvement program that's allows bonds to be issued for various types of infrastructure projects. It funds projects across all 88 counties, roads, bridges, wastewater treatment, water supply, solid waste disposal. There were 613 projects in the NOACA region over the last 10 years. And it uses existing state revenues as debt support, does not raise taxes. So that's the end of my presentation. Any other questions or discussion?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Next, we'll have our long-range transportation plan update. Where do you want to start off?
Yeah, I'll start us off. So the long-range transportation plan, which is the LRTP, that's the transportation component of the long-range plan, which is ENEO 2050. We update that once every 4 years. We did a massive overhaul in 2021, so this update is more of a minor update. Nevertheless, it does envision the next quarter century's worth of needs and priorities for the regional transportation system. And we'll continue to roll out the draft plan for public input. We have been primarily updating the plan from the 2021 version kind of in the same structure. So we have used the same scenarios, we have used the same framework, and we're moving forward with that in public involvement. At the end of this month, we'll start public engagement and public involvement with a review of the plan. We've done some public engagement in the fall to get some input into the plan, and now we'll be commenting on the draft plan. And with that, I'll turn it over to Danielle Render and Ali Makarachi to go into the details for the long-range plan.
Good morning.
Morning.
So there is no action requested. This is just for information only. And just as Executive Director Gallucci mentioned, we have previously reported the activities of the ENEO 2050 in the past. So from the public engagement, we are still exploring opportunities to solicit comments on the draft long-range plan, to offer various approaches and methods on engagements required during the comment period. And most importantly, we want to update the audiences on the changes from our last adopted plan. So when we talk about the outreach processes, we're always looking at stages. So there's a visioning, research, preliminary plan, and final plan stage. Under envisioning, we held community sessions, and we're always creating public awareness and this network with our digital platforms and working within our neighborhoods and distribution centers to get information out, and also developing an evaluation framework for feedback of those comments. Ongoing data and collection and analysis has been handled and have been updated from scenario planning and housing and other issues that are outlined in the long range plan. We have various divisions that are working on that, as well as getting into the preliminary plan. We will hold public comment period from April to June of this year, and we'll revise and adjust the concepts based on our stakeholders' feedback. And it's always important that we want to allow voices to be seen and heard. So it's always about people and place. And so we don't forget through our communities throughout our service areas. And for our final plan, we'll be holding meetings to share the results, and we're looking to propose this plan to be submitted to the Board of Directors for adoption this June. So some of the key engagements and approaches, past December through January, we had public meetings and we revisited the long range plan, and we held focus group sessions and introduced community surveys. And we're always using our central website, electronic mailers, and postcard distributions to get information out on those updates. So our upcoming engagement will begin April 21st through June 1st. Again, we'll still have our online platforms and our interactive kiosks that have been very successful at participating libraries and open houses. And how to give feedback, the public is always able to download the drafts. We have participating local libraries that will keep copies there. There's mail-in, there's our website, there's a hotline for phones. And when we have our community houses, we'll have ways for them to give comments as well. And so to do that, we're always creating overall messages to inspire engagement. So most of the work that we do, we try to put them in and produce informational campaigns to support and highlight the public input to shape the plan, to make sure that it's inclusive and that we're talking and engaging to all audiences. So some of the circulation strategies that we will be promoting, we have 52 distribution centers throughout the counties. We have various stakeholders that we share information and they help us get the word out to their constituents and to their audiences. We will have some paid radio and television announcements, media relations, always using our digital platforms as well. And I mentioned our community open houses. We are scheduled right now for 4 of the 5. We have one more that we have to schedule. And you'll see that information beginning next week. And at the open houses, we'll have information and we'll have staff there to really talk about what some of those updates will be in the plan. And we'll have the old plan there. And so it's really about the engagement. It's very intentional to look at and honing in to those areas that will be discussed after my presentation with Dr. Makarachi. And one of the things that we like to do, we have a crowd gauging interactive community forum. We have 245 active users. We've had as much as 768 on the platform. And so we will be promoting the forum. And right now we have questions on the long range plan. And so as we start introducing some of those areas that have been updated, we'll post those questions. And so the audience can actually get on the site and register and actively participate in the conversations on some of these updates. And again, we're all about the storytelling and the narratives of the long range plan. And so we are looking to do video promotions and narratives to talk about what those updates are. And that is from June to August if and when this plan is adopted. So I can entertain any questions, and if not, Dr. Makarachi would come and talk about the long-range transportation plan and the updates. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm going through some slides. I've got 45, less than 45 minutes to finish about 60 something slides. As you heard, this long range, we have to every 4 years, we have to update it, and that's got 3 elements in it. Long range, the policy is investment for 25 years. Then short term, which is we call it TIP, and that's the 4 years. Then public involvement, then you'll talk about that. And then, as you probably remember last time, what we did, it was when we started 2020. And before that, the policy and the planning was for the moving cars and trucks. 4 years ago, we changed it and we talked about moving people and goods rather than investing and planning for just the cars. This is basically the flow chart of how we go through the public, through the committees, and it goes back, and every plausible plan and scenarios goes through this. One thing is, I have to mention, different from 4 years ago, data, because of the COVID, it changed the way we, in terms of our travel behavior has changed. And starting with 4 years ago, we did based on the 2010 census data. Now we have got 2020 updated one, the 2020 census, and that shows the picture from the Department of Development. Ohio Department of Development shows how much is basically the red one is the one we are losing the population. The blue one shows which counties are gaining population in 2050. And as you see, the US percent change from 2020 to 2050 is a plus 17, over 17%. And you will see what happens to our region. In our region, Cuyahoga County is the major, one of the losing 18% based on the the development of Department of Development, and then the gainer are the Lorain and Geauga. Geauga the highest one. So these are the population changes which impacts our plan. The other thing is during the COVID, we learned how to work from home. The infrastructure, internet, all things we need set up more than before. So around as you see, the graph goes much higher, about 60% around the 2020, we work from home. Then it reduced, but it didn't go to what we had before, 3-4%. Now we are talking about 10 to 15%, maybe more. Shopping online, that's another phenomenon. We change the way we do shopping, and every week, every day, we get the package in front of our door. We don't go to shop, and that shopping trips has reduced. That peak you see there is related to around the end of the year and the holiday season. Virtual meeting, apart from this kind of committees, the rest of most of the meetings we have got is virtual. That reduces the business trips. Now, based on this, we updated our survey every 10 years. Now, after the COVID, after the 2020 census, we started last year the household travel survey. And that survey now we are going to present it in the board meeting in June, the final report. And that's going to guide us that we ask about more about 1% of the households. You heard about scenario planning. We started talking about scenarios rather than used to be a trend or looking at the risk analysis and looking at the future. Now has changed the way they plan is looking for a scenario in the future, then going back and say, if you want to go to scenario one, how we have to prepare based on how we invest to get to our destination is similar. If you're going to go to Los Angeles, you want to go to east. If you want to go to New York, you have to go to west. So that kind of planning is now what we do in the transportation. We have 4 scenarios in this plan, and first one is we call it maintained like before, and this is I'm going to come back to this scenario. This is a base. We are not doing any investment. We allocate 100% of the annual budget just to maintain the system, like bridges, pavement, and maintaining transit vehicles, and so on. So this is just to maintain, no investment, no new adding to any extension, any new system. That's like if you think of it's like a no-build scenario compared with the other 3 scenarios. They have got some sort of the build scenarios in them. So second scenario, we called it CAR. That's basically status quo, adding more the highway network, adding more major capacity projects, doing the interchanges, traffic signal timing. I don't know, the list is long, reducing average auto commute time to major drop-offs to 30 minutes and so on. Third one, transit. Obviously, from the name, we are investing in transit and improving the BRTs, the network, transit network, adding to the accessibility of the transit network. And the fourth one is all this plus we are adding more technology, adopting like EVs, like a highway system to smart freeways, and looking at this. It was a question about, for example, the speed and how do we control the people. This is going to be, if we get the equipment and the smart highways, that's very easily can be checked, the speed of the drivers. How we do simulate all this using our model, travel demand model we have got, and we use that to simulate all these 4 scenarios. The first part of this, the long range, is a congestion management plan. It's a part of the long range. We have to, based on the FHWA, we have to have a plan for every 3-4 years. As you see here on this picture, we have to have the congestion plan every 3 years. We have to check it, evaluate it, and then every 6 years we have to update that. And that's a part of the long range LRTP. And it goes through this system of setting the SMART objectives and going through the performance measures, looking at analyzing the congestion. And you will see in the next few slides that this procedure we do every 3 years. So these are the kind of objectives. Is a bit, small. I think you can see there's a like reducing travel time, reducing the single occupancy, reducing the delays, and this kind of things is a list of the objectives for a congestion management plan, adding the corridors in terms of the stop program and synchronizing traffic lights and so on. Right now, we have looked at our region and traffic and the congestion locations. As you see, this is the AM is in left side, and PM peak period is where on the highway we have got congestion. And when I say congestion, is over the level of service D or capacity, volume over capacity is over 85%. Then we have got this for the intersections and the interchanges. Again, we have identified these, and there's a wrong time. So this is one of the, list of the performance measures. Now we have got more, we have done about 350 performance measures in terms of comparing scenarios. One of the issues we have got is a zero car households density. We have to identify those locations because of when people don't have a car, they are transit captive. It's important to provide transit to these people. And we have to know where they are. So you can see the two pictures. This is 2024. One is for zero car household. The other one shows basically household density. Is a different color because the different density and if you look at the 2050, like go back 2050, is the density and the zero car also reduces, but generally these are the areas we have to look at in terms of the planning for transit, planning for a non-motorized and transit modes of travel without car. I'm going to some of them, as I said, it's through 200 and 300 of these we have done, but just there's no time to go through. But some of them, like accessibility, looking at the 4 scenarios and see the percentage of the people, the 15 minutes walk, they have got access to transit. As you see, transit scenario 4 has got highest. Then we look at the number of jobs accessible, 15 minutes to transit, whether it's a zero car households, whether it's a total population. So there's the 3 categories we looked at in terms of access transit. In terms of annual ridership for transit, scenario 1 is at 22 million, scenario 2 same, but scenario 3 and 4 has been invested in transit, and when we simulate, we get more ridership in these 2 scenarios. The freeway and out trail delays, that's for the freeway is more or less the same, and that's the annual basically delays per capita in hours. So is the average is in the freeway is about 2.66 hours, and it goes to principal arterial, it goes to 6 hours. And when we talk about excessive delay, that's based on the criteria from FHWA. We are talking the time you drive less than, your speed is less than 60% of the posted speed. That's why it's less than an hour in the air. Then the most important trip we make is a work to commute to work. And that shows again for 4 scenarios, whether it's with auto, with car, with a transit, which is depends on the walkable, or you drive to park and ride, then take the transit. So that shows them the travel time in 4 cities. Again, scenario 4 scenarios. The scenario 3 and 4 is less than the others. Zero cost household, as I mentioned, is important in terms of the work commute. Again, you can see between the transit and all modes, average of the walk and bike and the transit. And we talked about transportation safety. You have seen before, I've shown in other last few months, the target is to go to the vision zero and 0 deaths fatalities. And then this shows how we have to reduce every year 3 to 4% to go down to the reach there. So the target for over the next 25 years, as you see, every decade it goes down from 150 now to 120 in the next decade, and 60 and the 0. That's the vision serious injuries goes down, and so on. So you will see non-motorized is 158 now, it goes down to 63 in 2040, and so on. So air quality, we have used the MOVE software, and our air quality team has run this for the 4 scenarios, and this shows the VOC and NOx and NOx for the 4 scenarios per million residents. And again, scenario 4, 3 is less than the other 2 scenarios. PM particle matters, again, is this is annual for the how many tons we have got. So you can see it's a 71 for scenario one, goes down to 67 for the, this is again for a million residents. Infrastructure, we need to keep the maintain our pavement and the roads. That's again, the best way to policy according to the software you use, and we have developed this is the optimal maintenance and rehabilitation. That's the show the cost of the in $2025, and that shows about 2.6 billion we need in the 25 years to keep maintain our pavements and the roads. Bridge conditions, right now, we have got 5% in the poor condition, and then 14% is a fair, and 28% satisfactory, and 52% good. That's based on the general appraisal as the engineers look at the deck area of the bridges. How much we need to keep this, in terms of the rehabilitation and maintaining the bridges. So you can see the first, we need $121 million, and it goes up to $613 million in 2050 to keep it in good condition. Non-motorized, we have probably you have heard, we have a study, we are completing the studies for the trail network, connecting all the parks to each other and creating like a highway and freeway for the cyclists. And we're investing in a sidewalk, and this shows how many miles we need to do this. And right now, existing sidewalk is over 2,000 miles, and the bike is about over 1,400 miles. So we are increasing based on the decades, and you see from 50, average is about 50 miles every 5 years, or every year about 10 miles. Freight, we have a freight space basically for parking for the trucks is very important. First of all, the mode in the freight and goods movement in our region is a truck, and trucking is the most important. But at the same time, we need to look at how many space we need for the truck parking. That's important for safety because truck drivers need to stop and rest, and that's the safety issue major, and they need space to park their truck. So right now, roughly, we are talking about over 1,600 space, but according to what we analyzed, we need about every year to add 30 spaces because the increasing truck traffic, especially through traffic, is over 28%. You will see that. So here, that's what I was referring to. Truck VMT, as you see, that symbols in the II is internal to internal, internal to external, and E is external to external. You can see from 2025 now is about 20% is a VMT is external to external, means through truck traffic going through our region. That's going to increase 28%. About 1/3 is going to increase through traffic. That's important, as I mentioned, in terms of the parking space and all this. So we have identified, based on, you see, 6, 7, maybe more slides on the small ones. We analyze different AM and PM and all this. So truck route is the one carry high volume of truck traffic, connects key origin to destinations, and accommodate all type of the different size of the trucks, and is a primary delivery route. So that we identified is a map of the primary and secondary truck routes in our region. Is important for the economy, is important for truck and for the freight planning, because these should be, in terms of the condition, road condition on this primary and secondary in a good condition, in terms of the safety and accident and delay should be, we have to take care of them. Second, the other issue we looked at is the future technology and adaptation of these. So based on what we had, the change we had 4 years ago, based on what recently 2023 data we have got from US Department of Energy. So we are talking about 391 per 100,000 people in our state. So we converted this to what we expect is going to happen EV cars. So in 2030, we are talking about almost 50,000 EV cars, and it's going to go to 2040, 135. Finally, in 2050, we are talking about 255,000 EV. This is about roughly one third of what we have in terms of the car ownership in our region. For this, we need to provide a charging point and the charging ports, and that's shows what we plan to invest on this kind of in our region to support those what we have got like gas stations for the cars we have got right now. So these are the fast charging. The previous slide was the L2 slow charging or L2. This is L3 or fast charging. So we put all this together. We are talking about, we require about over 1,200 L2 and over 700 DCFC fast charging in our region. For those cars, 255,000. And that comes with about, based on the $2025, we are talking about $90 million we need to invest in the charging, supporting these vehicles. So at the same time, and in the future, we're going to have autonomous cars. These are happening. And then this shows in our scenarios, we assume what percentage of the autonomous shuttle bus is going to happen. And then based on this, we look at the autonomous cars in terms of the safer, they can get closer to each other. We have got on the slides, I forgot to show you in the scenarios, we have got a smart highway, which the autonomous cars can communicate with highway. So these are all the good pictures from the scenarios, but there is no free lunch in this country. So we need to pay for them. So how much it costs this? First of all, we identify the project which is common to all the scenarios. So what you see here on the dark red, and these are the bridge maintenance, like a pavement maintenance, like implementing the highways and arterial improvement projects and the safety projects. These are common to all scenarios. The rest is a different scenario. So the cost we calculated based on what you see. And you might think of there's something wrong. I've drawn some lines here, but there was a purpose for it. For example, for safety, we are hoping to go to the 0, and that investment line goes narrower in the 2050, but technology adaptation gets wider when you go up there. So it's not an error or anything like this. It's just drawing this to show how much we invest in the future for future transit, for future technology, and reduce but those ones, the top ones, it just stays the same in the next 25 years. Okay, we need the money. So the money from the government and the budget or revenue, we assume 3 scenarios: no growth, continuous growth with the 2%, and high growth 4%. So based on that, in the different categories of the roadway, non-motorized, and transit, and the total. So these are what are based on the $20-25, based on what happens if the no growth or continuous growth or high growth. So if we compare the revenue with the cost, so the highway, the scenario 4 meets the 4% growth. So if we go with the 2% growth, we won't be able to, we need more money to put in the system to have a scenario 4, to build a scenario 4. The others can be done with a no growth or 2% growth, but that's the total cost. On each category, roadway cost and revenue, we have got, again, we need a 4% growth for revenue for our budget to get to the scenario, to build the scenario 4. But there are some, even scenario 2 cannot be even just a status quo for the cars. With a 2% growth is not going to be able to happen. So we need more money on this for transportation sector. And transit, you can see all the budget and the revenue is all struggling, and scenario 3, we need at least 2% growth. And non-motorized, similar, we need a 4% growth to get to the multimodal, to build a multimodal system, non-motorized transit and all this. So now, in terms of which scenario we select, it comes to end of my presentation, but it's interesting for me to some equations and to show some mathematics. And because I can't state it out in mathematics, so that's what I put here. So how we compare these performance measures, waiting for each of them and comparing to scenario 1. Why scenario 1? If you remember, I mentioned scenario 1 is a no build. So we have got three scenarios building in different highway, transit, or all of them compared to scenario with just the maintenance. So we compare this, and this is the final looking at the effectiveness of each scenario compared to the cost of each scenario. So the first column shows, again, compared to scenario 1, everything is compared to scenario 1. That shows how much we can achieve. You can see, for example, scenario 4 is a 5.8 times the scenario 1, but the specific cost apart from the common project cost is 3.7. If you divide this, the ratio comes, that's why is over 1. So is it 2 scenarios, scenario 3 and 4 is acceptable compared to what we, and scenario 4 is, that's why we suggest and propose to have the scenario 4 as a plan for the next 25 years. So this is the basic update to this committee and other committees and councils, and we will complete this for the board in June. And then any questions?
He has taken us to school this morning. Well, thank you so much for that thorough presentation of our LRTP. Any questions, comments?
I just was wondering if you can share the details of this, of scenario 4 specifically with the committee. I don't think I saw it in the packet, but maybe I missed it.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry, the details of scenario 4, can you share that with the committee so we can dig into that a little bit more beyond just the slide?
I was worried about the time, that's why it went so fast.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm asking if you can share it with us so we can review it in between.
You can, I mean, this is like this scenario 4. You can see it's got 3 boxes on the bottom. There's looking at the autonomous bus and the smart highway, as I mentioned. We can share it in terms of the detail, and that's on our website. If you can go look at our website and share. And,
Okay.
And to Mr. Moss, we will have the draft document prepared in the next 2 weeks. So you can take a look at the detail of that scenario in that document.
Got it. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, are there any reports or updates? Any old business? Is there any new business? All right, can I have a motion to adjourn? Second? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, this meeting is adjourned. Our next meeting will be Friday, July 11th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, everybody. Have a blessed weekend.
for which it stands, one, liberty and justice for all. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meeting according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state that intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphone can be turned on and off using the gray button on top of them. They are on when the light is blue. Do we have we're going to look to approve the minutes from the January 31st meeting. Are there any corrections, additions to those minutes? Can I have a motion to approve? Thank you. Mayor Light. Second. Thank you, Mr. Gall. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is approved. Thank you. We'll go to subcommittee updates. The Economic Development Subcommittee. I know Commissioner Harrison is not here. He's got an alternate here, I believe. Yes. Any updates beyond what's in the packet?
There are no updates as far as I'm aware.
Okay, thank you. Equity Subcommittee, Mayor Blackwell.
We have no update at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any public comments on the agenda? Have anyone signed up to speak today? Okay, no one has signed up. We'll move on to the Chair Executive Director's report. I will turn it over to Grace. Thank you.
Good morning. I have no specific report. We're going to get right down to business. There's a lot on the agenda.
Thank you very much. All right, there are no action items today for today's meeting, so we will move right on to presentation and discussions. The first one is a long-range transportation plan update, ENEO 2050. Grace?
Yeah, good morning. So our long-range transportation plan, the LRTP, is a component of the long-range plan, ENEO 2050 Plus, which is the update that we are preparing. It is an update that we are responsible for every 4 years. The last one in 2021 was a major overhaul. We're very proud of the work that we did. And so this time it is truly just an update. And Dr. Makarachi will go through all of the areas that we have determined needed updating and why they needed updating. Dr. Makarachi?
I don't think your mic's on.
Thank you. So we are, as I mentioned, no action. So NOACA LRTP has 4 components. One is a long-range, long-term transportation plan and policy and investment, which is about 25 years, next 25 years. Then we talk about short-term TIP, we call it, and the public involvement. We had one in December, and it's going to be in the end of April and May, another one with taking the public input to our model. So previously, it was before the 2020, the ENEO generally, it was the planning for moving the cars and trucks. But last time and this time we have changed. We plan for the moving people and goods, because that's the whole what we want to do. Cars are all just tools for the moving from A to B. So this flow chart shows how we process it, going through different committees for each, plausible projects, scenarios, and come back and take the public input and so on. So first thing, based on the census in 2020 we had, is the previous ENEO was estimated based on the 2010 census, but this one is based on the actually 2020 census. So this map shows, is developed by the Department of the Ohio Department of the Development, shows where the growth for 2050, what they forecast. If the color of the county is darker, is losing population. If it's a lighter and blue, is gaining population. So generally based on the 2020 census, forecast for 2050 is for the country is about 17% increase. And in our region, we are going to go a little bit down from 11 million to 11,500,000 less than before. Now, in our region, looking at our 5 county, Cuyahoga County, based on this estimate and the forecast is losing about 18%. The gainer counties are Lorain and Geauga. Highest is Geauga, 7%. Lorain is about 1.5%. Medina is roughly the same, losing a little bit, but major ones is Lake and Cuyahoga losing about 10 to 18%. Now, what has changed compared with 4 years ago is telecommuting. When after the pandemic happened, people learned how to work from home and not to travel, how to run the business from home. That increased, as you see, about 60%. People stayed home, but then started coming back, and now we are talking about 10 to 15% more trips coming back, stays in home and working from home. So shopping online, this is another changes compared with 10 years ago with the last time. More shopping online now, even it goes up to in the high season of the holidays season, it goes up to 16-20%. That impacts the shopping trips in our region. Virtual meeting, and that's another which we all, we have got the Teams and the Zooms, and any meeting we less go to each other's office when we work from our office and Zoom and then use the virtual meetings. So that reduces the non-business trips and non-home based, we call it, trips. So every 10 years, when the census happens, we do this whole household survey. We ask people, they report us how they traveled in the daily travel. And that's happened last year. We delayed for the COVID reason, and we did started last year. We are going to present the final report in June 20, board meeting in June 2025. And that's the 1% of the household is like taking the blood test and looking at the different parameters of the cluster and other things, see how the travel pattern is changed and what's happening now. So the long range LRTP is based on what we call scenario planning. Used to be, again, when I was much younger, used to be looking at some risk analysis, doing some risk analysis. We used to do some trend and that kind of things, but now has changed. Now the more advanced the approach is to looking at the future and say where we are going to go get there, how we are going to get there. That's the main thing. So we have got 4 scenarios. We are going to look and see we are going to simulate and see how we're going to, if you want to get to each of them, how we're going to get there. So first one, scenario 1 is we are not expanding or enhancing system. We are just maintaining it. Basically 100% of the annual budget allocated to maintaining the system, like pavement, bridges, transit vehicles, and so on. So we're just maintaining the system. This is like if you look at the other project you usually do is a no-build scenario. So the other 3 scenarios are the build scenarios in different ways. Scenario 2, looking at doing what we were doing in the last maybe 50 years, looking at adding more highways, major capacity projects, adding interchanges, and signal timing optimization, reducing highway bottlenecks, and so on, is basically putting money and investing in a highway system. On the scenario 3, we look at the investing in the transit. So looking at the improving the transit corridors, adding autonomous shuttle buses and the personal autonomous cars for the accessing the job hubs and from major transit hubs to major job hubs, creating walk and bike connectivity from the major transit hubs to major job hubs, and so on, basically BRT and investing in a transit network. Scenario 4, looking at the highway, transit, all this together as a total scenario, and also adopting the technology and adding more in terms of you see on this slide, there are 3 boxes on the bottom of this slide. Each one has got, for example, the middle one, a smart highway for the connectivity vehicles. That's the one we added. So if the autonomous cars and basically advanced vehicles, if communicate with the roads, then they can go closer and they know this kind of, in terms of safety, it's safer to drive this kind of cars and on the road, but it should be equipped. The roads should be equipped cars can communicate like internet. We can be connect to the internet. So that's then EV and the other advanced. And you can see here transit, for example, future buses in terms of the autonomous shuttles and all this connecting the highway, connecting the transit hub to the job hubs. We used our travel demand model to simulate all these 4 scenarios. Then when we did simulate this, then we look at the different performance measure for each scenario to compare them. First one is a congestion management plan. That's what is part of the part of the long range. We have to update every 3 years, evaluate every 6 years. We have to update that. And then there's a procedure to go through, like setting a smart objective, setting a performance measures, looking at the congestion, analyzing them, and so on. And you can see on this table, we have got some performance objectives, and then looking at the next 3 decades, what we have to achieve. For example, on the first one, reduce percentage of total vehicle delay during the typical AM and PM peak periods. Now is in about 9%. We want to decrease it by 1% and 2% every decade we go forward. The other one, annual hours of the peak hour excessive delay. That means you drive less than 60% of the less than post speed. So right now we have got 2.4 million in hours. We want to reduce it to 2.2 and 1.7 and 1.3. So these are the targets you will see later on in each scenario. We look at whether we achieve on each scenario or not. So it goes through this list of the performance measures and objectives for the congestion. And we come to this right now, the congestion area in terms of highway. These 2 maps shows in AM and PM where we are based on the volume over capacity of the road. And if it's over the capacity, that shows where we have got a problem, and also shows AM peak and PM peak for the intersections and interchanges where we have got this issue of the over capacity in terms of demand. Okay, performance measures. We have done about 200-300 of the performance measures, but I'm going to show some of it here. And first one, to have a background on one of the issues we have got is 0-car households. If somebody doesn't have a car, a household doesn't have a car, is called transit captive. They need to have another modes to go to work, to go to shopping. So non-motorized and transit is other available modes right now. So 0 cars, where we have got, is important to know where we have got this 0-car household. And these 2 maps, one shows where the left-hand side shows where the 0-car household 2024 data, where they are. And the other one shows generally the household density in our region. In 2050, similar, but is less. So these are important, you will see in the accessibility and mobility performance measures. Access to transit, as I mentioned, we look at 4 scenarios and see how many in terms of the 15 minutes walk, what percentage of the population, what percentage of the zero-car household, and number of jobs, what percentage of each scenario covered this kind of access to transit. You see, for example, scenario 4 and 3 is 80% number of jobs. Access means when you get up from any transit mode, BRT, buses, train, you have got less than 15 minutes to walk to your job. That's about 80%. If you go down, for example, zero-car household, you are talking about 76, and then total population, you are talking about 68% in scenario 4. In scenario 1 and 2 is 61%. Looking at the annual transit ridership in each scenario, in scenario 1 and 2, as I mentioned, we don't invest in transit, so we don't expect much. But on scenario 3 and 4, it goes something like nearly 80% increases the annual ridership in those scenarios. Delay, again, looking at the freeway separate, principal arterial separate, and looking at the excessive delay, as I mentioned, if you drive less than 60% of the posted speed. Again, these are based on the hours per capita in a year. So you spend in a freeway about 2.60, 58, 60 hours of the nearly 150 minutes in the freeway delay in terms of the congestion. Then household to major, all household to major job hubs, you can see auto, how much the average is time for each scenario, transit walk accessibility, transit drive. Again, scenario 3 and 4 is better, gives a better picture than compared to other scenarios. Zero household, similar comparison in terms of the travel time. Then safety, you have seen this picture before, and this shows we have got an objective to go to, we have got a vision to zero death vision, and then this shows how much every year we have to reduce it by 3-4% every year to go down to get to 2050 with a 0. So how much we're gonna reduce for example, fatality now is around 150. We have to go down next 5 years, 120, then 60 and 0 in the 2050. Similarly, with serious injuries, you go down from 1,200 to 900. And so you can see, for example, for fatality, we have to reduce every year something like 656 in terms of fatality. On terms of non-motorized, it goes down from 158 down to 63 in 2040 and for the last decade. Air quality, we run all this, and our air quality team run the MOVES software to look at each scenario, and emission per million residents is, for a VOC, it goes down for scenario 4, 2.99, and for the NOx is a 1.98, and for PM particulate matter, it goes down to 67 tons. This is annual, and the other ones is 71. So scenario 3 and 4 is better than others. Infrastructure, pavement maintenance costs, there are different approaches we have tested to keep the average PCR pavement condition rating from 0 to 100, keep it in 75 or 80, but there's an optimal way of doing it, meaning maintaining every year rather than leaving the roads to get deteriorated, then come back and do it. So the best one is an optimal, which we need about $2.6 billion for the maintaining roads based on the 2025 dollars. Bridge condition, based on the general appraisal, we are talking about 5% poor condition right now. The fair is a 14%, and then satisfactory is 28%, and goods about 52%. That's from 0 to 9. They measure the deck area, and 0 to 4 is a poor condition, 5 is a fair, 6 is a satisfactory, and 7, 8, 9 is basically new bridges. So we are in a good condition, but we have to take care of those 5% and maybe in the future the 14%, not to get, in the poor condition. So how much we need to do, rehabilitate and maintain the bridges? We are talking about next 5 years with $120 million. Then it goes for the total budget of $613 million for the keeping the bridge in a good condition. Well, kind of good, fair and good condition. We have a couple of projects we are doing now. One of them is completing by this month, and next is a Metro Parks connectivity and trail network, connecting all the metro parks to each other and creating a freeway kind of highway. If you know, LTS, level of traffic stress, equal to 1 for the bicyclist, and that is we are adding to the all-purpose trails. You can see in the next 5, every year we are adding a couple of miles to in each county to what we have right now. We have about bike facility about over 1,400 miles, and the sidewalk is about over 2,000 miles. So we are adding on this, and obviously we have got projects for the new bike facilities. So these are all we are adding to the non-motorized mode of travel. Freight is right now, we are talking about, a space for the parking for freight is important for safety reason, for the, especially you will see later on for through traffic, they need to stop and take a rest. Driver needs to do that. And that's important to provide them with a safe location to park and wait for take a rest. So that's you can see here, right now we have got about over 1,600, nearly 1,700 spaces. But if you look at the growth happening, VMT is growing in terms of the truck in our region, and that needs to increase the number of the spaces. And the average annual requirement for investing is at 30 spaces every year. So as I said, traffic is, especially through traffic, is increasing in our region in the next 25 years. The symbols you see on the bottom of this chart, II is a internal to internal, IE is internal to external destinations, and external destination to internal, external origin to internal destination, and EE is external. So you can see one important number here is right now we have got 19.9% through traffic, truck through traffic. That's going to increase 28% in 2050. That shows even in the state is important through traffic, and that's about 1/3 increase in terms. So that's why the space and the resting area and all this important to have for the truck and not to have a delay. We looked at our network, highway and the streets and the arterials, and to identify truck routes. Truck routes is important because it carries the high volume of the truck, connects origin to destination for the truck shipments, is accommodate trucks of the various size, serves as a primary delivery routes, and it has to be with a classification. So we looked at all this small, you see a small slide on around this. We look at the AM, PM, different level, and we analyze them. And this what you see it shows the main slide, the main image shows the primary truck route and the secondary. Darker color is the primary. And so these are important in terms of the economy, in terms of the good movement. We have to keep these routes safe and open for the truck to move because these are the primary routes. Future, based on the data recent in 2023, based on the US Department of Energy, we had the data, we are talking about in the Ohio State, 391 EVs per 100,000. This map on the left-hand side shows the density of each state in the country in terms of the EV adoption. And then we talk about, so currently based on 2020, we are talking about 8,000 EVs. We translate this with some mathematical equation to see what happens in the future. And our estimate is for 2030, we will have about 50,000. Then 2040 is going to be 135,000. And 2050 is going to be 255,000. That is translated as almost 1/3 of all the car in the ownership in our region. So To support this, we need to invest on the charging points, and that shows the L2, which it takes longer, 6 hours to charge the car, the battery of the car, the electric car. So that's what we need to invest and allocate for each year from now to 2050. Then fast charging is a charge the cars in a half an hour or 45 minutes. That's what we are doing now. NOACA has got a EV charging station program. We are in the different communities we have got a project is almost going to finish the phase 1, and we are going to start the phase 2. So we are investing on this to support the EV, as I showed you how that is increasing. So summarize all this. As I mentioned, we are talking about over 250,000 EVs in 2050, and we need about over 1,200 EV L2 charger ports, and we need over 700 DCFC charger, which usually the L2 happens near the employment centers, and DCFC happens around the interchanges and this. And obviously, the other way of doing it, which called L1, is in the house. So owner, I've got the house, you can charge the car overnight in the house. So that's usually they call it L1, L2, and DCFC L3. So how much we need based on the $2025? We are talking about $90 million on this. So autonomous is car coming, and basically the technology and the automobile industry is replacing the horsepower by the software and the processing power. So it's coming. So the conventional car, this shows for 4 scenarios, our assumption and what's happening based on that I showed to you. So in the scenario 1 and 4 on the conventional cars, we are talking about 69, but it goes down to 58 in scenario 4. On the autonomous and the electric cars, it goes to 38%, which includes the autonomous shuttle buses from the transit hub to job hub. Okay, all this comes some costs. This slide shows there's 3 items here, which is a dark red. That's a common to all scenarios. Is a common projects like maintaining the roadway, maintaining the bridges, or safety. These are, we don't compromise. These are for all of the scenarios. The others is different, and for each scenario, we have got different costs and different, projects. So as you see here, there are some lines goes down, and some of them are, goes narrower, like safety, because we are hoping and we are planning to have less fatalities when we go after 2040. So we need to less invest on this. But on the orange color, on the technology adoption, we need to invest more after 2040. That's why the line becomes wider. So it's not it's got meaning on why I draw these lines. So on the other side of the coin, these are costs. On the other side of the coin, we are talking about revenue and the budget, and the government gives us to invest on this. So we have got 3 scenarios for that. No growth right now. If we keep going based on what we have got now, look at the 2% growth. We usually, based on the inflation, we talk about 2% or higher growth, 4%. If we do this for each sector, how much money we allocate. Now, I compare this with what we have got in terms of the scenarios. As you see on this, if the scenario needs a 4% growth, with a scenario 4, we won't be able to do with a 2% growth or no growth. Other scenarios, yes, it's possible, but scenario 4 needs this. Looking at each category, some of the categories like roadway, even the scenario 2% growth is not enough for scenario 2. And again, scenario 4 is basically meeting what we have got, using all the money. So it comes to transit cost. Again, scenario 3, even scenario 3 in transit, it doesn't, even 2% is not enough for and non-motorized, almost scenario 3 and 4 needs a 4%. The rest is okay. It is possible to So we compare this and then we look at all performance measure for each scenario. Then we created this equation in terms of the effectiveness value of each scenario. We measured and we give the weighting for each performance measures. Also I enjoy talking about mathematics because of my background, but I don't want to bore you before the lunch, and we move on fast. If you want to come back, we come back and I explain. But as I mentioned, the scenario 1 is a no build. So we compare everything with the scenario 1, 2050 scenario 1. So you see on the first row is a 1. So we compare with this one. First of all, measure of the effectiveness for scenario 2, 3, 4. You see 4, for example, 5.8 times the scenario 1 in terms of performance measure. As I showed you, most of the performance measures were higher in the scenario 4. But that costs money. How much? 3.7 times than the scenario 1. So if you divide the measure of the MOE to cost, you get like a benefit cost ratio. You will see the scenario 4 is a 1.57. Scenario 3 is a 1.37. Again, compared to 1, it should be higher than 1 to say this is viable. So these two scenarios are viable, especially scenario 4 is 1.57. That's why we are proposing scenario 4 as a plan for the next 25 years. And any question, I will present this to complete, and with a comment from the public in the next few months, we present it to the board in June.
Thank you, Dr. Macarecci. Anybody have any questions?
Just curious, does the mitigation portion show congestion, the congestion mitigation, does it show congestion in the future of just current state?
This was in current state. The map I showed you is a 2024.
Is there any plans to look into the future? Just because I just want to make sure ODOT's aligning with regional planning on the work that we're doing.
We have done for scenarios, one of the measures we did for performance measure, it was looking at the congestion cost. So in the 2050 for each scenarios, we looked at it in the dollar values of the, income on the 2050. We compare this. I mean, as I said, the 300 performance measures, I didn't want to go there, but we have looked at the congestion. It reduces some points, some of the location it does.
But there won't be like Lake 90 seems to be getting to where we think it's going to start being a problem. This study wouldn't show that.
The one reason
is
the congestion compared with the previous because of the COVID and people now driving less. If you drive all the way in the freeways, you can see. I mean, I'm experiencing all the time. We have studied this within there's a reduced traffic and not congestion like before. Before COVID, if you were coming to downtown, there were congestion. Usually my trip was about 45 minutes. Now it's less than 25 minutes. That's generally is happening. As I showed you, less people driving and more working from home, businesses, and the communication through the virtual is happening. That's something which is compared to 4 years ago, or even before 90s, still is not like before. The highways is not congested like before.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Earlier at the External Affairs Committee meeting, you mentioned that the travel survey that was conducted by NOACA is going to be finalized in June?
Yes.
And as well as the long-range plan update, correct?
Yes.
Is it safe to assume that you have been using the data that you've been acquiring along the way from the travel survey to?
Yes, we calibrate and validate the model, which we use for this. Every October, we collect data. Every year we do that. So we had the early responses, and the consultant provided us data. We compare this, like, for example, household car ownership, like the age of the, what people travel. And that kind of things, whatever we had, we compared with what we in the model. We adjust our model parameter values and then almost calibrated. But every October, based on traffic counts, we calibrate and validate the model, adjust them every year. It's not just for this year. This year we have got additional household data, but generally we do this.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes.
This is as much a question as it is a comment. I don't even know what to say. I'm kind of overwhelmed by this study. First of all, if you're from Medina, Lorraine, Lake, you should be insulted. This survey was Cleveland-centric. There was no discussion about the ring communities and the plan in this 2050 plan for the ring communities. Everything had to do with transit and for the infrastructure downtown Cleveland and congestion and so forth and so on from Cleveland. I heard no conversation about Geauga County, and I represent the people in Geauga County. I'm insulted. With that said, with this board's permission, there is so much here that we can be critical about, but nobody asks questions on it. I will produce a report for the next policy committee with this board's permission to kind of discuss and kind of take apart this 2050 plan, because there are things that need to be talked about in this. At one time, I traveled the world helping to internationalize business. The prediction was we were going to take all our business to China and the communists were going to be overthrown by capitalists. Didn't happen. The climate folks have said that we're going to be missing our ice caps 10 years ago. They're still there. I can go on and on and on with various studies and predictions that simply haven't played out. There's so much in this that changes. You can't predict 25 years. You had mentioned more people working from home. That's true, but that trend is changing. It's kind of changing back because companies now are realizing the lack of productivity from people working at home. So they're starting to reevaluate that. Our government has changed significantly, and so we're going to see huge changes in bringing manufacturing back to this country. So this plan is going to be turned upside down. It's good to have windage. It's good to plan. I'm not trying to criticize the effort because we do need to plan. We need to talk about things, but we need to have a mechanism to adjust the plan pretty easily and quickly to adapt to changing conditions. There's going to be a lot of changing conditions, I predict, over the next 4 years. So with that said, I'm not going to go on and on. I apologize for getting in my soapbox a little bit. What I see in this plan, I'm very concerned about. But the biggest thing is, can you please include the ring communities? We exist too. We're part of this board. We're part of this effort, and we would like to have some of what our concerns and issues are. We don't have the transit that we have in Cleveland and some of the other things. Can we not include that in the plan and at least talk about it?
Do I have a permission to just a short response?
Go ahead. I was going to comment as well.
No, it just, we had a discussion. If you remember, I came as a guest to your county in December. It was a very cold night. I remember you and I had a long discussion about this. But one thing you said is, not looking at looking at just Cleveland. Technically, I found it, I mentioned that before. I'm sorry to say, sir, but technically I found this one insulting to me because I'm responsible for this project. The NOAA has spent about 1.7 million. Now means I just ignore the Geauga and I'm taking the biased data. Technically, I am all day and night I spend to use the unbiased data. Statistically, is my background in this is, as I said, my background is in mathematics and statistics. If I use the data, I mentioned and I invited you to come to our presentation last time to see the proportion of the population in each county, it matches with the survey number of survey in each county. And I mean, last time, I don't have the data here, but our consultant came here and it was when in December, I invited you to come and see, I am very sorry to say that's not a correct statement. I find it as somebody after 35 years working in the mathematical world and optimization and statistics, saying I took the data and used it unbiased data because it was the Cleveland. These are not, I'm just personally, I found it a bit, but again, one more comment about what you said. Yes, things are changing. That's why government asks us to do every 4 years update this plan. The 4 years ago is not a job for me to create a job. 4 years ago we did, now things have changed. We changed and we look at the virtual meetings because, so every 4 years we have to. Next 4 years, in 2028, 9, we are going to update based on new data. So we are not doing it this because everybody does in the country, and anybody, any planner, if Lick says, this is my plan for the next 25 years, nothing is going to change. He is not a planner. Every 4 years, every 2 years, you have to look at, update everything, all the data. Sorry.
Thank you. Grace?
Yeah, thank you. I can understand your concern about ensuring that we have included all counties. This is a regional plan. All 5 counties have been included in every aspect of the plan development. And to Dr. Makarachi's point, specifically on the household travel survey, we only do it once every 10 years, and it is representative samples, and it is very much in line with what we need to do per the federal regs. And so this plan abides by the federal regulations, and we can assure you that every step of the way, every county was included, both in the research, in the analysis, in the public outreach, in everything.
But I don't see us presented. I mean, it's Cleveland. This whole presentation was about Cleveland. And so there's a lot more than this. Lake County has got.
Had 5 counties. Every map on here had all 5 counties. And clearly, some of it is centered around Cleveland and Cuyahoga County because that's where the density of the population is. So when we show statistics on population, of course, it's going to look Cleveland-centric. When we show movement in terms of automobiles or people, yes, you're going to see more of that because that's where it is. But that doesn't mean that we haven't thought about or included all of the other counties we have.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
If I could add one more comment, please. I hate to keep going back to the External Affairs Committee meeting, but during one of the presentations about the long-range plan and speaking about public engagement, there was a note to develop an evaluation framework for feedback. As someone that feels that in Medina County, our opinions don't carry the weight that we feel we deserve. Can you please explain to me what this evaluation framework is going to be?
Evaluation of the public's response?
Well, you're developing the evaluation framework for feedback, yeah. So are you going to be weighting opinions?
Well,
No,
And I
can
apologize.
speak to that. When we developed the long-range plan last time, we received 100 comments, over 100 comments, many of them from Medina County. Every single one of them were viewed independently and did not have any outsized influence on the plan. Basically, we looked at every comment and determined what made sense, what didn't make sense, and quite frankly, we made significant changes because of the Medina County comments. So there's a lot in this plan, which is the base of this new plan, that includes Medina County comments.
Is there anywhere to compare the before and after, considering the comments?
Yes, I mean, at this point, we're talking about the last plan, but we specifically developed a matrix that had every comment and then what the disposition of that comment was, what we changed. We can certainly get you a copy of that. Yep.
Any other
Chair.
comments? Yes.
Madam Chair, sorry, this is a question for Grace, if you don't mind. Advise me as to the proper place to ask this question. I'm seeing in each presentation a reference to the fact that we government, NOACA, whoever, should invest in EV charging stations. I'm a capitalist. That's interfering with free enterprise and the ability of a private enterprise to get out there and put in these EV stations. I object to my tax dollars being used in that way. I'd like to raise that argument up because I don't think we ought to be putting in charging stations. I think that'd be a private enterprise thing. We didn't put in a Sunoco station or a whatever gas station. We let private industry take care of that. And so when is the appropriate time to raise that up so we can talk about that?
Grace?
We've discussed it at great length in many different meetings, but particularly the policy committee and the planning and programming. At this point, we do have an EV charging program, but when Dr. Makarachi speaks of EV charging and the increases in the EV stations that are required, he is not speaking of only government installed EV charging stations. He is speaking of primarily business installed EV charging stations.
Thanks for that clarification.
Sure.
And by the way, technology shifts, as you know. EV may not be popular going forward, but by far the
That's
better
right.
technology is hydrogen. And so we haven't seen that come on here in the United States yet, but that's big in Europe. And so.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? All right, thank you, Dr. Makarachi.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, we will move on to the next agenda item, Transportation Safety Program Policy and Fund. I will turn over to Grace.
Good morning. So this is about safety. We're going to be proposing today a new transportation safety program and funding for it for local safety projects across the region. We're using the TLCI as a model, and this is a result of our commitment to a safer and more accessible transportation network. There's been clear concerns from our members and specifically from this committee. And so our goal is to align the safety work of NOACA with the needs of our member communities. As I mentioned in the previous committee, we have community safety reports that we have worked on diligently over the last couple of years and are updating right now that we don't want those reports to simply sit on a shelf. We want those reports to be used and used appropriately to solve some of the safety concerns so that we can reduce serious crashes and fatalities. And with that, I'll turn over to Dr. Makarachi to talk a little bit more about the safety concerns and then the proposal.
Thank you, Grace. So again, as Grace mentioned, no action. We are just opening up this item for discussion. And this is a new item and there's no previous action on this. You see this, just I showed you, we want to get to the using all kind of avenues we have got, all kind of investment to go to the vision zero fatalities and major injuries. What happens? So that was I just show, I go faster, you just show our target, you saw our targets for the next decades in terms of the fatalities to cool down a bit the meeting. So the question is how the car went there between bus and the sidewalk. So why crashes happen? So there are two reasons why crashes happen. One, we always thought is always drivers and users' fault. 90% they say because drinking, texting, and all this. But we looked at the data and last few years, and I always had this question of is not always driver's fault. It's a chain of action comes to somebody unfortunately dies in the road. So why is that? So we look at the recent data 2024 and we realize there are two reasons for this kind of crashes. One about 50-50, where there's an infrastructure deficiency, and the other one's obviously drivers' mistakes or drivers' behavior causes these crashes. One is on the side of for example, on the side of the deficiency, the sidewalk length is not enough for the pedestrian to walk from one end of the road to other end. By the time signal changes and the car turns and there's a hit and a crash. Or the pedestrian crossing is not light enough, especially in the rural areas, and drivers driving especially in the winter time and the evening time, there's a dark coming from work and going to the rural areas, going home, suddenly hits somebody in this crossing, and because there's no enough light, or there's no enough space for the cyclist. So this happens. So on the other side, the other side of the coin for the crashes happened is texting and driving, drinking, all this kind of, we need to invest on this. We are doing it, education, all this kind of things, yes. but even passing the red light and all this enforcement, all this happening. But for the left-hand side, the blue side, we need to do something in terms of the authority for the transportation. ODOT has got the funding, which looks at the HSIP funding, which is about over 500,000 projects, looks at the major project in terms of the safety. That's the major investment. But on the other side, we have got smaller projects. 2 years ago, when we developed the safety reports, the community safety reports, I noticed this kind of, investment. So we are talking about low cost measures to reduce the crashes. So until 2022, when we had the community safety report, we introduced safety countermeasures from FHWA. Again, it's not invented something from us. FHWA has got a document, has got the textbook, and HSM safety manual. It's got the measures, and it provides the percentage of the reducing the crashes on this in terms of the safety. So we introduced last time, 2 years ago. This time we said, okay, we have introduced this. Let's look at the sum of them in terms of benefit cost, which is the base for this conversation, this idea we are talking about. So this time we look at the benefit cost of each of these measures and see for each community. So this time, next month or two, when you get the safety report in all the communities, you will have this analysis, benefit cost analysis. And for example, for a non-motorized countermeasures, if you look at, as I mentioned, high visibility crosswalk marking, HVCM they call it, and the possible crash FHWA claims is 42%. And the cost is about 600 to 6,000. On the middle one, there is a possible crash reduction of 47 for the rectangular rapid, I would call it RRFP. That's the cost 5,000 to 58,000. Bicycle lanes, that reduces 49% of crashes. That costs from 5,000 to 56,000. Again, for the possible on the pedestrian refuge island, we are talking about up to 46,000, but reduces 56% of the crashes. And leading pedestrian interval on the traffic light, in the traffic lights, you are talking about 13%. Again, it costs very little, just 1,300 maximum. So then we go to the crash reduction in terms of the pedestrian hybrid beacons. So we are talking about up to 144,000. These are the typical and sample of the examples of what FHWA countermeasures, and the report we are sending to each community include benefit costs of each of them. Another set for a motorized, for example, the wider age lines, it costs $670 per mile, but reduces 37% of the crashes. And then another one is a center line and shoulder rumble strips. That's cost $7,000 per mile, but reduces from 44 to 64%. And the middle one, the back plates with a retroactive the borders, that costs very little, $150, but it reduces 15%. The other is the rail crossing. We have got 474 rail crossing at grade. So that's where you drive, you will see the train, especially community, and comes and you stopped. And those are the place for the ODOT, and the complete name is Ohio Rail Development Commission, and Ohio DOT has developed the software. A consultant CPCS has developed the software. We received that software. We asked this ODOT staff to give us the software. We use that software to prioritize these 474 at-grade crossing in our region for different, they have got factors of public importance, redundancy, delay to road user, and safety. Based on this, we have prioritized this and identify where, as you see on the map, and the community reports you receive will have these prioritization as well. So what we need here, we are talking about funding bridge from what we studied here in the office to actually implement these kind of things. There's a bridge, and this funding bridge is the one we are talking about, and the idea we can use, about 1 million annually to provide to communities for this, to implement this kind of study more in-depth engineering type. We provide technical support, but they can hire a consultant to do more, like what we do with the TLCI model we have got now for about 15 years. We are doing it every year. So based on that, community can apply based on the report they receive or any other location they have got in their community. They can provide a application. Then we can use this 1 million for a specific project, low cost project, but impact, as you see, is a major impact in my opinion, saves. And the whole point is safety, but you might look at some of these numbers. For example, safety is a 0.02 every year, but in 10 years, it becomes 1 person, 1 fatal. That reducing 1 person is important, is a life we are saving. Doesn't matter if mathematically we say 0.02, that's not it. The main point is we are talking about the saving lives. Any comment, any idea, and any?
Mayor Blackwell?
I'm going to try to be short with my words, but clear in my expression. I was at we don't call our wards in Maple Heights, they're districts. So I was at a joint district meeting on Thursday night, and for about an hour, I was yelled at about the speeding on the side streets, people blowing stop signs. We did the pilot program, Senator Cleveland, and put some speed humps on our high traffic streets, which were determined by the data that collected from our flock cameras. And it's just not enough. So sitting through this presentation this morning is interesting. It's at a high level, but as a board member sitting on this board, how does this help me go back to my city? And we have 174 streets and 6 square miles in Maple Heights. And there's something that I could take today in the near future, create a more safe traffic experience. I don't get that from this. And I'm listening as people on both sides of me are sharing that their county is being left out. I certainly hope as committee and a board that as we devote our time to these committees and boards, that there is a more collaborative spirit in this room. But the things that are presented are things that can be implemented and are today solutions. And they're not up here, but I can leave here with some understanding of what I could do immediately. And I know that texting is a huge issue, and I know some of the newer cars, you can speak it and it texts it. And maybe as we share this with car dealerships or people making cars, that people can talk their text. I see these white, I have to drive the freeway coming down here almost everywhere because Maple Heights is out that way, not as far as some of the other counties. But you got the white things in the road, and half of them are chopped off when you take 480 and I hop onto 70. And so I don't know what it's supposed to do, but half the time the tops are knocked off. There's just a lot in terms of safety that we need to provide to keep people safe. Last year, we had a live discussion about people getting hurt on bikes. I shared the horrible story of my grandson and how I felt when he was knocked off his bike as the whole family ran to the emergency room. So to simplify this, Dr. Makarachi and members of this board and this administration, what people like myself need, and it's just maybe a single ask, it may not affect anyone sitting across from me inside of me, is what do we do when I'm sitting in a district meeting for 2 hours and how do we get it to the end user, for lack of a better word, that we can, there's a solution to slow people down, not blow stop signs, and I cannot put speed bumps, nor do I want to, it's not a cost effective, on 174 streets. Is this gonna get us somewhere with some solutions that are really can be implemented or best practices that I could use tomorrow, today, in the near future? Thank you.
Can I?
Grace?
Yes, thank you very much for your comments, Mayor Blackwell. The idea, and yes, it is very much at a high level, and we intend to take feedback from today's meeting and then more fully develop a proposal and bring it back. But the idea would be to create a fund that would use the specific countermeasures that are developed in the community safety reports, more fully design them, and then pay for them to install. So it is very practical. I think there's still some thought needs to be given about the specifics that you mentioned and how we can make sure that that's incorporated in the program. But the community safety reports, I think, will go a long way in giving us a baseline to start the work that you're talking about. But again, we'll work this through a little bit more and bring you back something that is more specific.
Thank you. Dr. Makarachi, do you want to say something?
Well, I have two things. One is a few years ago, I have a concern about safety, like pavement. We have produced a pavement from 2016, the pavement report for the community. But I thought, why not for safety? Pavement is important. We invest on this. We keep highway, but lives are important as well. People like yourself is important. You have to respond to your residents. So that was started 2022, the safety report, community report. Now we are developing on this. Is the idea, as Grace mentioned, is a planning level, is a very low level, but somewhere we have to start. We just sit down and say, okay, this is not, we have to educate people, yes, but at the same time, then the pictures I showed you, it wasn't our research. FHWA has done is called proven, maybe I have to add the word, proven countermeasures. Those are not from this NOACA's study. These numbers come from in the region, probably in the Western countries, these numbers come from there when they do, especially for non-motorized. In the European countries, they do more bicycles and all this, so they have got this. So these are a starting point, and when you receive next few months, please let us your comment. We improve every time, as we do with other committee reports. We started with pavement. Every time we improve it, based on the feedback from people like yourself, your engineers, looked at this, and I think this time, one of the things was, the feedback was when we did introduce this, they said, okay, you introduced this, but what else, what we can do? So this time we added benefit cost analysis for each of these sample, and we've gone to each community and identified the locations based on the number of recent crashes. Not just, again, it's not I have one staff, she goes through this and looks at all the data from the ODOT, the website, and takes all the crashes and look at this and make sure this, what we are saying is based on the data, not only that, for the future, we look at the manual from government, HSM, Highway Safety Manual.
Yes. If I could just add a little bit to that, just a realistic implementation. So one of the things that came out of my engineer brought forth that helped a little bit, and I don't know if it came from what resource, is we put double lines on 141st, which starts in Maple Heights off of Rockside, then goes to Garfield Heights. And so for 2 summers, the double lines were helpful. That was something, it was paint, it was that changed the flow and just for a minute. So that practicality was something that we could do. So as I wrap up the comments, it's just further clarify. We're looking for practicality in a short time frame because our terms are 4 years. And so every 4 years, I need to bring some solution to an ongoing issue. So I don't have a lot of time, and this term has got 2 years left. So practicality, something that we can, is really, really important. to the elected officials to sit on this board, Grace. I just want
Yeah,
to
no,
add
thank
that.
you. I appreciate that. And I think you'll be very pleased with the new community safety reports. They will be out in June. And so you will have availability of them before the next policy committee meeting to take a look at them and see how that serves your community, and then how the program can help balance the gaps in funding and the gaps in implementation.
And just to that point, I'm sorry, Mr. Claypool, I think it would be, I mean, I think there'd be enough people on this policy committee that would have a special meeting if that was appropriate to look at it in advance of the actual meeting. Because to your point, we talked long and hard about safety and issues in the community last year. And I know one of the reasons for all the work that, all the conversations, the Planning Commission actually applied for a countywide safety action plan. That's the federal government is still on hold. So part of those, we're looking at the community reports. Where are the big hotspots? Where are things? I know I live in Lakewood, had a recent conversation with Mayor George and her team. The same intersection where a pedestrian was killed, a man on a bike with a child trailer was hit by a car in that same intersection. Thank God they were okay. But back to Dr. Makarachi's point, is so much of this is user error. I mean, people are speeding, not paying attention. People are maybe not necessarily using the crosswalks as they should. It's a huge intersection. So I know that's a very high priority for them. And we've been talking with them, but I think some of these things, to your point about texting and other things, I mean, I'm just amazed when I drive down any highway road and people just are literally not even texting, just looking at their phone. And if some way there's some cure of like disabling except for phone calls, I think that'd be amazing. Sorry, Mr. Claypool.
Yeah, thank you for raising this up. And this was good information. I listened to it and in my mind, the juices were flowing a little bit, but I'm curious. In various communities I go to, they handle this issue of safety differently. Some work pretty well and some not so well. And as Mary had said, there's goofy people out there. On the way down here today from Geauga County, I'm driving down the highway at 70 miles an hour. And there are people next to me on both sides on their phones, obviously not paying attention to driving. Now, thank God they were staying in their lane and I was able to speed past them. But it seems to me that there are people that do have the formula. They apply the rules. We have a law against texting. We have various laws and various things that we do. Is there not a manual or something that shows resources that we can use, like the mayor had talked about, that you can use these resources, or, you know, people that know how to do it, you can direct them to those people? Is there not something like that, a resource?
Well, I think the community safety reports are what we have. And as I said, the 2022 are already completed and they're online. However, we have made significant upgrades to those reports. And so, and Mayor Blackwell, I can see you taking note. I can send you a link to it. And therefore you could take a look, and recognizing that the 2024 ones will be upgraded because they've got some cost benefit analysis and some other things that will help decision makers make better decisions. What we really wanted to get to today was, is there an appetite for us to create a program with NOACA funds that would help to fund some of these low-cost countermeasures?
So we don't need a vote on that, but obviously it's for discussion, but Callie?
First, Dr. Makarachi, could you just clarify, would the fund be for implementation or for design, or what is eligible for the proposed fund?
Again, as Grace mentioned, we are basically, this idea is
Trying to
we
define that.
need your feedback to go. But my own idea is this is what we have done, is a low-level planning. We need, if we identify, for example, in one community, 5, 6 location intersections, but we need to pay small amount of fee to the engineers to look into it more in details, then implement it.
Okay, thank you.
This is what we have done, I don't have to say what if you receive the report is a full engineering study, is not that. No, it's just a starting point.
Thank you. I think what we have a lot of right now is an understanding of where there are safety concerns and where the hotspots are. There is also quite a lot of programs and resources available through ODOT in terms of safety improvements. And what we've struggled with is the gap between those things, knowing what to do at the specific places where we know we have an issue to apply for the funding programs that exist to address that. And so there are lists of proven safety countermeasures, of which we saw on the presentation: high visibility crosswalks, pedestrian refuge islands. There are all these things that have been shown to slow traffic down, reduce severity of crashes, but understanding exactly how to configure those and where to apply them to meet specific challenges at specific locations is sometimes a gap, and we don't all have the engineering expertise in-house to matchmake between issue areas and dollars through grant solutions. So I think if this program can sort of hit that sweet spot, that would be very helpful. I also am hearing and reflecting a lot this morning on the mismatch between the urgency of our problems and the need to act quickly as things are changing very rapidly in our governance environment, and the sort of traditional project development process for infrastructure projects that take a long time to line up funding, do the design, break ground, and construct. I think in general, we need to collectively get more comfortable with putting proven safety countermeasures out on the street, even if we haven't completely studied exhaustively whether or not those address totally the exact tailored dynamics of an individual intersection. And so that is my understanding of what FHWA has sort of put together for us as locals with resources about, like, high visibility crosswalks generally will reduce crashes by the percentages that you saw in the presentation. So the more that we can systemically introduce those and have programs that systemically introduce those, I think the better off we'll be, and the faster we'll be able to act for our residents to show that improvement in those activities.
Thank you, Callie. Annie, did you have something to add?
I do. Thank you. I'm really heartened by a proposal from NOACA that is so responsive to conversations that have happened at the board level and in other committee meetings. I think that's most appreciated and feels like some continuity and just making connections on what the board is hearing. I have two questions. The first is, you mentioned the proposal would fund this through STBG funds. Could you explain to the committee how STBG funds are currently using, or how NOACA currently uses that funding? And is this new STBG funds coming to NOACA, or a reapportionment of existing STBG funds?
It would be a reapportionment of existing STBG funds. So currently STBG funds, $2 million of the total goes to TLCI. We're proposing another $1 million then for this program, and then the remainder of the STBG allocation, STBG standing for
State.
Yes, Surface Transportation Block Grants. The remainder of it would go for the continued development of the program that we call the TIP, and the TIP projects that reflect asset management for the most part. And so, yes, that would be suggesting that maybe one project or two projects would not get done in terms of, and I don't mean projects that we are currently on the books, but you would be foregoing, or the opportunity cost for putting a safety program in place is foregoing a little bit of paving or maintenance.
Thank you. I had one other
Oh, sure.
question, if that's okay. In terms of its program development and more feedback based on what you suggested, I wonder if, to some of the points made about communities largely have a good sense of where their hotspots are, and I think there's data that's supporting that we have issues. I wonder if there would be an option we'd consider an option for using a community safety report-like study that identifies hotspots, in addition to the NOACA community safety reports, guiding the spending of this new program funds.
That is consistent with what we do for the TLCI program as well.
Thank you. Commissioner, did you have something, Regovich? No. Then back to you.
Yeah, I'd like to, I think that this showed a lot of low cost things we can do right away. Also, in my community, using NOACA's safety library, if you would, to try it before you buy it to see if those are effective is a great way to get started. There's a number of people complain about certain streets. Be able to put that on there now. Now that summer's here, though, it seems like construction is more of an issue because of cars getting channeled every other way. But that is something I think to be really effective to not spend that money until you really have to know that it works. And the striping, I was a non-believer. They did it in Willoughby, and I was like, wow, and it really works. So those kind of things, the backlit lighting on the streetlights, those kind of things I think are easy enough to do now to see how effective they are and give us enough feedback here to say, yeah, let's keep doing this, or this works. So, okay. So, but I appreciate what NOACA has in their basement. And
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Claypool.
Briefly, and by the way, add Euclid Avenue, downtown Cleveland, as one of those safety hazards. I was downtown the other day. It is dangerous. Bicycle lane, bus lane, car lane. I had no idea where it was supposed to be at any point in time. But that said, ODOT has a safety fund, and it's pretty good size, $400 million at the last time I looked at it. I wish the young lady was in the room. When I was a commissioner, we had issues with the Amish and the Amish buggies, and there were a lot of accidents and so forth. And I asked them, can't we use that safety fund to resolve this issue? And basically the response was, well, the body count's not high enough. And so they didn't say those words, but in essence, that's what they were saying. You need to do, you need to have a higher traffic or fatality rate. If we could work with ODOT and the state legislatures to allow us to use that fund for safety issues like this, we're not spending NOACA dollars necessarily directly, but we're spending dollars already allocated for safety. Why would we not want to do that? So anyway, just plant that seed for us to, something to talk about.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And that is part of what we're thinking about as well. This would cover low-cost countermeasures that typically that safety program at ODOT does not cover. But the other aspect of that is we would like to begin to sort of reinvest in our technical assistance, which would then help communities prepare a report that would support their grant application to ODOT. So we think there's a gap there too.
Right,
Could I add one? I'm sorry for sounding like a broken record here. There was a little bit of a presentation last meeting, and I brought up 2 points that I wanted to bring up before this board because there's just new people here. One of which is stolen vehicles. I think stolen vehicles are probably, as far as solitary incidents go, the most dangerous accident that can happen. I think they result in the most fatalities, if I had to say, and they're completely avoidable. I think that if we can strengthen some of the punishments around these crimes, essentially, maybe we can get ahead of the issues that come with it. Typically, when someone gets caught stealing a vehicle, they're caught red-handed. So if we could address those are usually high-speed chases that end in either a crash into a tree or another vehicle or a home. So something to consider. Also mentioned at the earlier meeting was NOACA's advertising. Digital billboards were mentioned, and I'm just requesting if we could do a study to check the impact. Again, distracted driving is a thing. If we could study the impact of digital billboards, I think it would be a responsible thing to do while NOACA is taking out ads for safety, to check into that. So thank you.
thank you. John, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess, speak to the ODOT safety program. Governor DeWine, safety is probably one of the most important things that ODOT's responsible for. And we do have, if not the most robust safety program in the country, it's got to be up there in the top 3. It fluctuates a little bit. But I think that this, if the question on the table is if the committee supports moving forward with dedicating funds to these quick hit projects, either studying and or implementation, and then it eventually may be turning into this TLCI model, which seems to be working great. I 100% support that. And I think I agree that sometimes getting the study done is what's needed to get it prioritized with ODOT. And I just think there's a lot of good things going on today, and I guess I'm just giving my 100% support.
Thank you very much. I know we are running very behind. We still have items left on the agenda. Any final questions on this issue?
I have just a brief comment. I would just look forward to, appreciate NOACA looking at this. Of course, I think this is a great idea. I just want to be aware of keeping the application process as simple as possible because there are a lot of programs out there to apply for. And I think that being data-driven and simple would be great. And also supporting communities and applying for ODOT's extensive resources, I think would be really helpful. So that's all.
Thanks, Matt. Okay. Grace, we have Feds Equity Subcommittee, and I think Van Pool conversation. So
Yeah, so with the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy update, we have that comprehensive economic development study that showcases Northeast Ohio's economic potential. We developed this a couple of years ago, and the objective is to attract investors and funding. We are currently in the process of positioning ourselves to become an economic development district, and we want to go into a little bit more detail on where we stand with the plan and the district. I'll turn it over to Ronnie Blackshear, who is our Deputy Director for Policy and Compliance.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Director Gallucci. There's no action requested for this item. It's for information and discussion, and there's no previous action. A little background on the Economic Development Subcommittee. It provides advice, policy recommendations to this policy committee to support economic growth and enhance quality of life. It directs and oversees the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, which is the CEDS, to align funding for regional economic development. And the CEDS requires a major update every 5 years. So our CEDS was created in 2023. The major update will occur in 2028. Regarding the CEDS, it includes a vision statement and goals to define the type of region Northeast Ohio wants to create. This was done by the committee and working group that developed the CEDS. It addresses 17 connected key topic areas related to the goals that was developed under the CEDS. The CEDS is also the prerequisite for designation as an economic development district. NOACA has applied for that designation, and we did so in January 2024. And once we become a district, the EDD requires an annual update. The one thing about CEDS and applying for EDD status is that we as a group, as an economic development subcommittee, we have to act as if we already have that designation, because as we move forward, we want to be positioned to the point where we have the data, we can provide relevant information in a timely manner. As far as the background on the CEDS, I won't read everything here, but there was a vision statement and overarching goals for the region. For instance, one of the vision statements says, we envision manufacturers making and moving goods on a shorter supply chain. As far as one of the goals for the region, sustainable, well-maintained infrastructure. This information is also available in our CEDS document. The CEDS address, as I mentioned before, the 17 key topic areas, the SWOT analysis, which is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. At the time we were developing, as far as the CEDS are moving forward to maintaining and implementing the CEDS, information wasn't really presented or the goals wasn't established or priorities. The CEDS group or the economic EDS, we picked out the ones that you see highlighted in blue: access to broadband, education, innovation, healthcare, housing, entrepreneurship, innovation and entrepreneurship, manufacturing and workforce development. It doesn't necessarily mean that the other 10 key topic areas wasn't or will not be included or be available at this time, but we had to have a starting point in order to start our process of looking at implementing and maintaining the CEDS. Again, each of those key topic areas had information regarding strategies, outcomes, and potential partners. That's also in our document. I know we're short on time, so I'm kind of moving forward here. As far as the CEDS, there was 100+ strategies drafted to provide flexibility in setting goals for those topic areas. Now, the prioritization to create performance goals for strategies was not initially developed when creation of the SEDS, and that's what it represents now. That's the next step in the SEDS maintenance, performance, and implementation. The Economic Development Subcommittee is handling that. The EDS, also the committee adopted performance measures in December 2024. We're a little bit behind, so we're moving forward with that. And there's a need to establish prioritized topic areas to fulfill the SEDS objectives through an evaluation framework and those performance measures that we did agree upon, or they agree upon, adopted. That doesn't necessarily mean those performance measures are the end-all be-all. There may be more that will be determined. As far as the performance measures, this was the outline that was presented, and the seven of those 17 key topic areas at the top. You see access to broadband, education, healthcare, housing, innovation and entrepreneurship, manufacturing, and workforce development. Give you an idea, as this data is being developed, the baseline year that we're looking at is 2010. There's a ton of the performance measures. You can't see it here, but it gives you an idea as the type of data that we will be developing. This is only the 7 of the key topic areas, and the amount of data that's going to be developed or put in this spreadsheet is going to be quite enormous. So once we get that information, as we had at our meeting in March, we will start to analyze the data to make sure that we're on the right track as far as looking at putting in goals and performance measures in order to satisfy and implement the SEDS. That framework I spoke of before, the SEDS framework, is going to measure progress on key goals through measurable outcomes and performance measures. It's going to focus on measurable outcomes of goals and strategies that will be identified. The annual assessment progress to indicate how the region addresses goals. As I mentioned earlier, we're acting as if we're an EDD so that we're going to have that information, because once we get to our 5-year period, we'll have that information in place to coincide with our SEDS update, provide a better update for our SEDS. Also, this framework will further address any areas as needed. It will enable NOACA and the stakeholders to strengthen the regional economy, and it also will satisfy the EDD annual report requirement. As an example of how this would work for the EDD, so for instance, one of the goals is a vibrant and innovative economy. Strategy would be support continued education. This could be, you remember, education was one of the key topic areas. Support continued education partnerships with industry sectors. Outcome of that strategic action could be education and skills to better align with the needs of the industry sectors. Possible performance measure could be increased regional hiring from educational institutions within the region. The partners could be our foundation, secondary and higher education partnerships, city and county economic development organizations. And the status of this could be something that's ongoing, because generally a goal like this is an ongoing type of goal. So this is a type of performance and implementation framework that we will be setting up the matrix in order for us to track this information. The next steps for the committee is the effective maintenance and implementation of the SEDS, which will provide advice and policy recommendations via the policy committee to the NOACA board to define the type of region Northeast Ohio wants to create. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ronnie. I just had one question. Do we know the timing on being designated as a SED?
We're in the process now. We have just received recently some information in order for us to provide additional information for this. Hopefully, we're looking at within sometime this year.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Ronnie? All right, thank you. I know it's a lot of information to collect, so thank you very much. Grace, just I guess time check. Is there anything that we could move to another meeting?
Just a quick update.
Okay, all right, sure. Okay, thank you.
I'll go
This is for the equity subcommittee update. Thank
I'll
you.
go very quickly through this. I'm respectful of all your time, and our upcoming agenda for planning and programming is pretty packed. I usually provide an update on the equity subcommittee. So this is no action requested, just for information and discussion. Brief background on the Equity Subcommittee. It was established, the impetus for its establishment is in two different resolutions from 2020. And then it was formally established in 2021. The subcommittee adopted a strategic work plan in June 2023, and then we entered into a contract with Compass Consulting in May of last year to execute the strategic work plan. In January of this year, the president issued an executive order that revokes previous executive orders related to promotion of DEI, affirmative action, environmental justice, equal opportunity. It also eliminates DEI requirements in many federal programs, policies, funding, grants, contracting, and then it directs federal agencies to require that contractors and grantees certify that they don't participate in similar activities. USDOT and US EPA, who are the two federal agencies that have the most jurisdiction in terms of NOACA, have issued directives regarding implementation of these executive orders. There are numerous lawsuits, I'm not going to try and summarize them, pending related to the executive orders and their applicability. We are monitoring all of this very closely, coordinating with our industry partners and organizations, AMPO and NARC being the main two, about the status of them, the executive orders and the various lawsuits. The Equity Subcommittee did meet on March 28th. There was a healthy discussion about how it should continue to function in light of all this uncertainty. Everybody seemed to be in agreement that they should continue their work, but in making sure we're in compliance with any applicable federal laws and regulations as they currently stand or may be amended to. The shift in focus could be to something like economic growth or related criteria, or statutes, or excuse me, laws such as Title VI and the ADA, as they're still applicable. And really, we're just looking at what do we do next? Do we proactively take action? Do we wait and see for the results of some of these lawsuits? There's been no really written formal guidance about how to proceed with some of these from USDOT, some verbal direction, but nothing substantive. Do we amend existing policies and practices? Do we just focus on new ones? The focus seems to be on new policies and programs. So that's where we currently stand.
Thank you,
We'll
Liz.
continue to monitor the situation, as I mentioned.
Thank you, Liz. Yes, Mr. Claypool.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we comply with the executive order. We eliminate the Committee on Equity and respond by looking at environmental justice, which is also included in the DEI order. We did get an order down from Department of Transportation and ODOT to comply with the law, and I'm making this motion so that we do comply.
Don't have legal representation here today, so Grace.
I'm going to second the motion if I can.
So the motion is to eliminate the equity subcommittee meeting or subcommittee.
It's to comply with the executive order.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second on that.
You're going to ask for any discussion?
Yes, discussion? Yes, Mr. Ally, or Mayor Ally, sorry.
Thank you. I don't believe this is the forum for that. I think that would be in front of the full body if such a motion wants to be made. That's all I have.
Yeah, I mean, legal's not here, but I would think that would be a executive committee decision.
Is this not a policy committee, and the policy committee therein makes recommendations for policy changes? The equity committee and related executive order discussions are a policy matter. Are we going to follow the law or are we not?
Okay, so I guess to Grace, I mean, we have a motion and a second, so then we may.
Are we done with discussion?
I'm sorry?
Are we done with discussion? I didn't hear.
No, we didn't close. I'm
Okay.
just trying to figure
Okay.
out if anybody else, because
Thanks.
I think we'd have to then do a roll call vote on approve, all in favor, all in deny. More discussion, anybody? I'm sorry, Mayor Blackwell.
As the chair of that committee, I am looking forward to what the answer is because this was born out of, I certainly am respectful of all executive orders, but this was born at a time, and I'm not going to go back and recreate history of why we thought this was important. So I'm looking forward to what the answer is. I certainly would hate to see it go away with the work we've been doing for almost 4 years. So I am indeed very supportive and very interested in how I'm going to move forward with this very important work. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Any other discussion? Bonnie?
Thank you. I think it's inappropriate that we jump to the conclusion of eliminating the equity committee. I think that's a discussion that should be held there, and I'd like to hold on any vote today until it has an opportunity to go through the equity committee.
I don't know if that would be a motion to table. I don't know Robert's rules that well. Liz?
So
Madam Chair, do you
we-
mind if I respond to some of that?
Hold on,
One
just to go
second.
through the procedure very clearly. We have a motion and a second for, I believe it's ceasing the equity subcommittee. Do you have another motion to make? We can make a subsidiary motion regarding the motion that's been presented, if that's.
I would like to make that motion to hold the motion in front of us.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We can,
Okay. So to take a vote on the second motion? To table the motion, to table the first motion made. Okay, so all those in favor, roll call. We'll do roll call vote. All those in favor to table, say, raise your hand. Is that the right motion? No. I'm sorry. Thank you, Brenda.
Mayor Alai. Commissioner Regovich. Bonnie T-Win. Mayor Blackwell.
Yes.
Adele Vander Solman. Dan Capel. Mary Serby.
Yes.
Sally Mersman. Gone. Linda Sternheimer. John Callis.
No.
Councilman Casey.
Yes.
Paul Magavec. Nat Moss. Thomas Patrick. John Facuri. John Gall. Is that like abstain
it has to be a yes or a no.
or abstain? Yes, okay. Annie Pease,
Yes.
Skip Claypool,
No.
of 11 yes votes and 3 no votes, 1 abstention and 1 present. Okay, so then, so we have 11 yes votes, 3 no votes and 1 abstention.
So the motion to table passes. Okay, thank you. Sorry, where are we? Do we have any reports or updates?
Can I ask when this is tabled till?
To the next meeting.
Thank you.
Trace.
Old business, we were going to talk a little bit about the van pool, but considering the time, we will go ahead and move forward. Just to remind you all that we did remove that item from the board agenda, and we at this time have not completed our research and analysis that would have allowed us to bring it back to this committee.
Thank you, Grace. Is there any new business? Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Casey. A second?
Second.
Annie, thank you. All in favor? Aye, okay, meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
We're going to try and move through it as quickly as we can. So with that being said, our next item of business is the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you very much. Next item on the agenda are the minutes of the January 31st, 2025 meeting. Any corrections or additions? Seeing none, can I have a motion? Motion by Mayor Ali, second by Exley, County Engineer Exley, thank you. Any other comments or questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Thanks. An abstention, Mr. Claypool. Next item on the agenda are the subcommittee updates. We have 3 subcommittees. Most of that information should be in the packet. Mary Beth Feek from the Air Quality Subcommittee. I'm not sure if Mary Beth is here. Okay. Next is the Transportation Subcommittee. Shane, do you have anything to add? Thanks, Shane. Next is the Water Quality Subcommittee. George Warnick. Seeing none. Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda are the public comments on the agenda. Do we have anyone signed up for public comment? Nobody signed up for public comment. Okay, we'll move on. Next is the chair's report.
From the executive director, there's no report.
Thanks, Grace. All right, let's jump right into the action items. First is State Fiscal Year 26 Annual Priority List. Jim Thompson.
Thank you to the chair. Good morning to the committee. My name is Jim Thompson. I'm here to present on the 2026 Annual Priority List. So the action is being requested that the committee recommend this item to the executive committee for placement on the June 2025 Board of Directors agenda, the State Fiscal Year 2026 Annual Priority List. Previously, this item has been recommended by the Transportation Subcommittee last month. Okay, so a little bit of background about what our annual priority list is. And so you all should be familiar that NOACA has a long-range plan which seeks to address and the needs of the next 20 years or so. It's our long-term vision for the region, looking at the transportation system. Then, once funds are committed to projects, those are federal funds, those are included in our 4-year Transportation Improvement Program, also known as the TIP, of which we are currently developing now. Then, once all of that is done, we actually look every state fiscal year at the annual priority list, which is really our list of projects that we commit to implement in the next year. And those are all projects that are included in the TIP. So projects that are prioritized for funding in state fiscal 2026 of the current TIP, they are all projects that are utilizing NOACA administered funds. So these are not projects that have ODOT funds specifically or transit funds. They're really just all projects that include NOACA funds. The NOACA funding programs are the Surface Transportation Block Grant, Transportation Alternative Program, Carbon Reduction Program, and CMAQ funds. And then I should note, not noted here is the TLCI program. Those are actually STBG funds. So those are included there. So in development of our annual priority list, we seek to ensure that all projects have met NOACA's project evaluation criteria and are included on the plan and TIP for that state fiscal year. We also coordinate with staff and project sponsors and ODOT every year to ensure that projects are ready to be advanced into state fiscal year 26 may also be included in the APL. And then the APL itself is our basis for the NOACA's capital programs performance measures. So for our draft 2026 APL, we have 25 projects listed, totaling $68 million in federal contribution. If there are any funds made available in 26 that might be considered for additional projects to be advanced to 2026, we will do so in the following way. We will prioritize reducing planned debt requirements. The second priority is to advance future TIP projects. The third is to fund new projects, and the fourth is to provide cost increases for projects that request them. This chart here demonstrates the funding breakdown of projects in the 26 annual priority list by project work type. I should note this is the primary project work type. Some projects have more than one work type. 46% of the funding is going towards projects that are minor roadway rehabs. 21% is for bridge preservation, 11% is for transit projects, 15% for shared use paths, and then a smaller percentage is for safety improvements, pedestrian facilities, traffic control, and aesthetic projects. And then here we have a breakdown by primary project type. So we do have one major bridge project, the Rockside Road Bridges, that will have $14.4 million in state infrastructure bank loans committed to it. And that's in the project sponsors of Cuyahoga County Department of Public Works. We also have an intersection improvement in Medina County, State Route 162. We have a traffic control or safety project in Mayfield Heights for $425,000. We have a handful of roadway projects in various locations throughout the region. In Cuyahoga, this table demonstrates the projects in Cuyahoga, Geauga, and Lake County. So we have a handful of projects in the city of Cleveland. We have a rehab in Lakewood, a rehab in Rocky River, a rehab in near the city of Chardon, but not actually at the city of Chardon, and then a handful of projects in Painesville, Wickliffe, and Willowick. And then these are the roadway projects that are contained in Lorain County and Medina counties. Also, we have bicycle, pedestrian, and transit projects. So we have quite a large project in the cities of Lakewood and Rocky River. That's the Lake Clifton Connector Project on the bridge there and on both approaches. We have the Lake Link Trail at Irishtown Bend. We have a shared use path in Parma. And then we also have a corridor project, a streetscape project in, I believe it's in East Lake, Willoughby, and Willowick. And then we also have a sidewalk project in Westfield. And then in terms of transit projects, we have rail car replacement programs with GCRTA, and then we also have the bus replacement program of GCRTA. Okay, so those are all the projects that are included in our annual priority list. I should note that there are a handful of projects that we anticipate to be awarded in state fiscal year 2026. We just could not confirm with the project sponsors and ODOT that those projects would actually certainly be implemented in that year. So moving forward, we do track all projects, and some other projects may be included in our capital programs performance measures, but those are the 25 projects that we are most certain will be completed in state fiscal year 2026. So that being said, pending board approval, NOACA will manage the state fiscal year 2026 program to ensure the expenditure of all available funding during that fiscal year, including the advancement of additional projects should funding become available. And staff will continue to report this to the committee on the status of projects. So it is being requested that the committee recommend this action item to the executive committee for placement on the June 2025 Board of Directors agenda, the state fiscal year 2026 annual priority list.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Appreciate it. Can I have a motion on the item? Mary Serby, thank you. Second? Second, Mayor Gale. Any further discussion, comments? Seeing none, all those in approval or all those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item is the functional classification amendment recommendation, and Derek Taylor.
Thank you to the chair and good morning to the committee. I'll be discussing a function classification amendment specifically for the Breer Freeway. Action request is to recommend this item to the executive committee for placement on the June 2025 Board of Directors agenda, specifically to revise 2.5 miles of the Breer Freeway from Eastland Road to I-71 from a principal arterial other classification to a principal arterial freeway expressway classification. In the previous action, this was recommended by the Transportation Subcommittee at its March meeting. So why exactly are we here right now? Every decade, FHWA, in consultation with state DOTs and MPOs, they review the function classification network. This is mostly to find, technical errors in the geographic information system data. So if a road has been realigned or a road no longer, intersects with a certain other roadway, those types of errors are cleaned up. But there's also an opportunity to reclassify a road if the planners notice that a road is in need for reclassification. And then these corrections and reclassifications are then submitted to FHWA for final approval. So on the right here, as you see a map, this is the segment in question. It goes from Eastland down in the south all the way up to, it connects to I-71 via some ramps. It's 2.5 miles. As I mentioned before, it's currently classified as principal arterial other, and we are suggesting that it be upgraded to principal arterial freeway expressway. The reason we noticed this in our work was that a staff member at NOACA had downloaded some crash data for arterials in the city of Cleveland. And then we noticed that this road was included in that list. And we thought to ourselves, well, this seems more like a highway, so we ended up removing that data from, the arterial data that we had downloaded for the city of Cleveland, because it's a different type of classification. So there might be different, it functions in a different way. So there might be different types of crashes, all those other types of things that go along with why we classify roads in a certain way. So we didn't want that data skewing anything in our analysis. So when this opportunity came about with FHWA and ODOT, we said, well, let's get this reclassified to its proper classification, which we'll go through the details here in a second. When we think about reclassifying or just classifying a roadway in general, on the left, we look at it. It's a graph that shows movement and access. So freeways are mostly about moving people. There's very controlled access points. You can only enter and exit a freeway at very specific locations. And then as you move down to arterials and collectors, those are a mix of movement and access. And then you get to the local roads and cul-de-sacs, which are strictly about accessing properties and accessing residential areas and commercial areas and whatnot. Then on the right, you have a diagram that shows the different types of classifications. You have your highway traveling north-south on the left of the diagram, and then you have arterials that travel far distances, connect to the highway. Then you have these collector roads that feed into the arterials. Those are the dashed lines. And then you have the local roads, which are, accessing certain residential or commercial areas. So in these two diagrams is what we sort of try to think about when we're thinking about reclassifying a roadway. So when it comes to principal arterials, there's actually 3 subclassifications. There's interstates, then there's other freeways and expressways, number 2, and number 3 is just called other principal arterial. Now the picture on the lower left is the signage for Interstate 71, as well as a sign for State Route 176. So Interstate 71 is obviously classified as number 1 interstate. State Route 176 is also a highway, so it's classified as a other freeway or expressway. Then in the lower right, there's a picture that's Superior Avenue. That's actually classified as a other principal arterial. And as you can see, there's quite a big range of what these principal arterials, how they function. Superior Avenue obviously, has pedestrian facilities. There's bus lanes. There's access points in and out of parking garages or other properties. It's much different than the say interstate or other freeway. So that's the decision we're trying to make here is the Berea Freeway, should be classified as the number 2 other freeway, or should it be classified as number 3 other principal arterial? So here are a couple pictures of the Berea Freeway. The one on the left is just south of Snow Road, heading northbound. As you can see, it's it's divided by some barricades, there's off ramps, the signage is much like any other highway that you've driven on. Then on the right, that's a shot southbound, just north of, say, it's north of the airport heading southbound. Again, signage that looks like it's a highway. There's no pedestrian facilities. Then some historical information. It was originally built in 1968 as an expressway. Then in the mid 80s, it was converted to a freeway. All right, this next map is showing the specific access point to the Berea Freeway at Snow Road. There's only 3 access points along the entire 2.5 mile length. Snow Road, Hopkins Airport, and then the I-480 and Brook Park Road area. There's no other access to driveways or neighboring properties along this 2.5 mile stretch. And that's what this map is showing here. That if you can see, there's only one location that you can get to the Berea Freeway from Snow Road. There's no access points to driveways or other properties along, and this is the entire stretch is much like this. So when we saw that picture of Superior Avenue, there was a lot of access points, you know, the pedestrian facilities, all these other things. So in our opinion, this is more like a freeway than it is the other principal arterial, given these characteristics. Now, when we get into the actual evaluation criteria, the board in 2014 approved a modification, a function class modification request criteria that we perform. And it goes through 3 steps, specifically roadway characteristics. Number 2 is class network share in the region and the county. And then an accessibility density analysis, number 3. So step 1, this is the roadway characteristics. As you can see here, all the check marks mean that it meets what FHWA would suggest another freeway would have. You know, the lane width is 11 to 12 feet. Traffic, average daily traffic is between 25 and 30,000. As I mentioned before, there's full control. There's no, like, the control points or the access points are very controlled along this area. There's no access along any other driveways or other properties. And then the parallel spacing between it and I-71 is just under a mile. So that meets all the classification from FHWA. Then step 2, we look at the share of the different classifications throughout the entire regional network. And this is to ensure that we have a balanced network and that we don't have too much of a classification of one and not enough of another. So these are suggested ranges all the way on the right-hand side of the table. And as you can see, principal arterial other is well within the range of 0 to 2% that FHWA would suggest. And adding the additional 2.5 miles does not move the needle enough to get it above the 2%. And this is for the NOACA region entirely. So then we also are, the procedure also has us look at the specific county that it's located in. In this particular situation, it's Cuyahoga County, and similar to the region, it's well within the 0 to 2% range. Step number 3 is the trip density analysis. And in our procedure, this only applies to function classifications that are not highways. Because as I mentioned previous times before, highways are all about mobility and not about access. So this particular step does not apply to any sort of highway. So we did not perform this. So pending board approval, staff will forward this recommendation to ODOT and FHWA for final review and approval. So the action being requested here is to recommend this item to the executive committee for placement on the June board of directors agenda, specifically revising 2.5 miles of Berea Freeway from Eastland to I-71 as a principal arterial, from a principal arterial other to a principal arterial freeway.
Okay, thanks, Derek. Appreciate it. Can I have a motion on this? I will make the motion myself. Is there a second? Mayor Gale. Thank you. Just a quick questions and comments. First thing, Derek, we brought this up in the Transportation Committee, but could you say it again in regards to why this didn't stretch all the way to Sheldon Road? Because the IX Center Drive, I think, is an expressway coming into this also. Why didn't you extend it from Eastland as far as Sheldon Road?
Yes, that's a good question. We had initially suggested that to ODOT from Sheldon all the way up to I-71. But in their review, ODOT District 12 talked to the city of Brook Park, and they said they wanted to keep that stretch between Sheldon and Eastland as the principal arterial because they were looking to lower the speed limit on that roadway. So I think it's currently 50 miles an hour, and I think they wanted to lower it to 35, which would then put it out of like the traditional speed of a freeway.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. Mary Serby?
Related to that, that was my question. So the Berea Freeway, right now, it's 50 miles an hour. And is the traffic light at Snow or is it at Sheldon? I guess you definitely hit a traffic light before you get to the
Yeah,
IX
there's
Center.
a traffic light at Sheldon and a traffic light at Eastland, and then that's it. But between Eastland and I-71, there's no
nothing.
traffic lights. It's all interchanges.
I guess just thinking ahead to signage, I know that becomes a very crazy intersection of different routes once you get to Sheldon. Like, will there be signs posted of like reduced speed ahead or something so that when you're going into the next community, once
Yeah,
you leave that expressway?
I'm not sure if they've gotten that far. I just, what ODOT told me was that Brook Park was just thinking about it. That's why they didn't want that portion
Okay.
reclassified.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any other comments, questions? John Curie?
Just want to go on the record because this ultimately goes to ODOT. I'm going to abstain.
Thanks, John. Anything else? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Thank you. We'll move on to next, the 2025 Public Transportation Agency Safety Performance Measure Targets. And Kes Turnbull.
Good afternoon. I'm here to present on Public Transportation Agency Safety Performance Measure Targets. We are asking the Planning and Programming Committee to recommend this to the Executive Committee so it can reach the board in June. Last June, the board passed Resolution 2024-037 to approve the current Regional Transportation Agency Safety Performance Targets, and this has been recommended by the Transit Council back in February and by the Transportation Subcommittee last month. Public transportation providers and state departments of transportation must establish safety performance targets to address the safety performance measures identified in the National Public Transportation Safety Plan. This requirement excludes transportation systems that only receive federal assistance under sections 5310 or 11. The required targets are for total fatalities, injuries, and safety events, as well as their rate per vehicle revenue miles, as well as system reliability, which is the mean distance between major mechanical failures. The transit agencies update and adopt these targets annually, and then MPOs must coordinate with them to set regional performance targets within 180 days. Then NOACA includes performance targets in its Transportation Improvement Program and long-range plan updates. NOACA staff coordinate with transit agencies and partners to update safety targets, MPO agreements, and planning documents. And I will just mention that this year there was an especially high amount of coordination with the transit agencies due to a change in regulations, which I'll get to later. On the next few slides, black numbers represent the targets have stayed the same from last year, blue colors mean that a target has improved, and red targets mean that a target has gone in the wrong direction. For the first few columns, this is really straightforward. More injuries, fatalities, and safety events are bad, fewer are good. However, for system reliability, you actually want to see the numbers getting bigger, not smaller, since that means that the distance between failures has increased. Lake Tran and Geauga County Transit share targets, and as you can see, they have mostly held steady in black or improved in blue. However, system reliability has decreased for motor buses. An exciting development here is that we actually received targets from Lorain County Transit this year, so we don't have all NAs, which a few of you commented on last year. So thank you to Pamela Novak for that. LCT has set targets of 1 injury for both demand response and motor bus, which comes out to 0.34 and 0.83 per 100,000 vehicle revenue miles. Medina County public transit system reliability is decreasing for both demand response and motor bus, but the rest of the targets are either holding steady or decreasing in a good way. GCRTA is our region's only Class 1 transit provider, which means that the Federal Transit Administration has updated its requirements for this year, and it no longer makes sense to compare 2024 targets to 2025 because the methodologies have shifted. In addition, a number of additional targets have been added. On the upcoming slides, I've put circles around the targets that are consistent with the other transit providers. For 2025, GCRTA is looking at 0 fatalities, 11 injuries on rail, 134 on bus, and 20 on paratransit, which comes out to rates of 0.39, 1, and 0.5 per 100,000 revenue miles. For collisions, GCRTA is at targets of 52 for bus and 12 for paratransit. And we're looking at 62 major events for bus, 25 and 12 for rail and paratransit, and system reliability, which, to remind you, is still the mean distance between failures, of 106 for rail, 788 for bus, and 45 for paratransit. Some of you may have noticed that in addition to transit worker fatality and injury rates, your attachment also mentions assaults on transit workers. The reason I didn't list them on the slide is because they only started tracking data in 2023, so they don't have that rolling average yet. So the target and average are unavailable, and I didn't think that any of you wanted to see a slide full of NAs. After feedback and corrections from transit agencies, these draft targets will be taken up through the executive committee and the board for action in June. We will continue to coordinate with transit agencies in the development of PTASP and target setting, and after the board adopts the targets in June, they'll be included in NOACA's TIP and LRP. Once again, I am asking you to recommend the Public Transportation Agency Safety Performance Measure targets for consideration on the June Board of Directors agenda. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cass. Can I have a motion on the item? By Mary Serby. Mr. Cunningham, thank you. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Thank you. We'll move on next to the Wadsworth FPA prescription modification request in Sharon Township, Highlands of the Sharon Phase 3. And the presenter is Sarah Stanzi. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sarah Stanzi, Water Quality Planner 1 here at NOACA. Today we have 4 FPA boundary and prescription modification requests for your consideration, so we will move through those efficiently. But as always, there are detailed staff reviews of each modification in your packet for your reference. So the first request is in the Wadsworth FPA in Sharon Township. It is a prescription modification only, and it is related to the Highlands of Sharon Phase 3 subdivision development. We are requesting that this item is recommended to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 2025 Board of Directors agenda. Specifically, this item would modify the prescriptions for wastewater treatment for a 15.5 acre portion of a larger 50.65 acre parcel from areas served by on-site systems to sewers expected within 20 years. This item was recommended by NOACA's Water Quality Subcommittee as well. So just some background on this item. The reason is to allow for the extension of sanitary sewers for the Highlands of Sharon Phase 3 subdivision in Sharon Township, which will be built on the affected parcel. Currently, the parcel has 2 prescriptions, which is the result of a parcel combination. 2 adjacent parcels were combined and had different prescriptions. So at this point, a permit to install, or PTI, for the Highlands of Sharon Phase 3 development cannot be granted by the Ohio EPA, because the planned development is not consistent with the current prescriptions. So the basis for this FPA modification is to ensure consistency with Clean Water 2020, NOACA's 208 plan. The City of Wadsworth submitted the FPA modification request. The parcel is currently within the Wadsworth FPA, and it will remain in the Wadsworth FPA. And the prescription modification, again, will be from areas served by on-site systems for a portion of the parcel to sewers expected within 20 years for the entire parcel. Affected parties include the City of Wadsworth and Sharon Township. All parties have been notified and are in agreement. So here are maps of the modification. Attachment 2 on the left-hand side of the screen shows the current prescriptions, and as you can see, the affected parcel has 2 prescriptions, areas served by on-site systems and sewers expected within 20 years. Attachment 3 on the right-hand side of the screen shows the proposed modification to the prescriptions to sewers expected within 20 years for the entire parcel. Following NOACA board approval, we will submit to the Ohio EPA for certification by the governor and then transmit copies of the modification to the appropriate agencies. Again, we are requesting recommendation to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 2025 Board of Directors agenda. The item will modify the prescriptions for wastewater treatment for a portion of 1 parcel in Sharon Township from areas served by on-site systems to sewers expected within 20 years.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Appreciate it. Can I have a motion on the item? Motion by Commissioner Rekovich and seconded by Director Magovac. Thank you. Any comments, questions? Discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Thank you. We'll move on to the next item. Sarah, LaGrange FPA in Lorraine County and Lorca FPA boundary and prescription modification request.
Thank you. Yes, this FPA boundary and prescription modification request is related to a residential and commercial development proposed in the village of LaGrange and LaGrange Township that is known as North Point. Again, we are requesting recommendation for this item, which will modify the Lorain County and Lorco FPA by transferring 2 parcels totaling 36.56 acres to the LaGrange FPA and changing the prescriptions for both parcels from areas served by on-site systems to sewers expected within 20 years. This item was also recommended by NOACA's Water Quality Subcommittee. So just to provide some context again, this request is to allow for the extension of sanitary sewers to serve the proposed North Point residential and commercial development. The village of LaGrange submitted the application. The transfer area is 2 parcels. I do want to note here that one of the affected parcels is located in the village of LaGrange. The other affected parcel is located in LaGrange Township, which we will see in our maps on the next slide. Currently, the parcels are in the Lorain County and Lorco FPA. And we are proposing to transfer the parcels to the LaGrange FPA and change the prescriptions to sewers expected within 20 years. The affected parties include the village of LaGrange, LaGrange Township, Lorain County, and Lorco. All of these parties have been notified and all parties are in agreement. So again, here are our maps. Attachment 2 on the left-hand side of the screen shows the current prescriptions. You can see 1 parcel is in the village of LaGrange and the other is in LaGrange Township, and both parcels are currently prescribed as areas served by on-site systems. So we are proposing that the parcels are transferred to the LaGrange FPA and the prescriptions are changed to sewers expected within 20 years as shown in attachment 3. So following NOACA board approval, we'll submit to the Ohio EPA for certification by the governor and then transmit copies to the appropriate agencies. Again, we are requesting action for this item, which will modify the Lorain County and Lorco FPA by transferring 2 parcels to the LaGrange FPA and changing the prescriptions for both parcels to sewers expected within 20 years.
Thanks again, Sarah. Can I have a motion on this item? Mayor Gale, Mr. Kleiber seconded. Any comment, discussion on the item? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next item is the Medina County FPA prescription modification request in Sharon Township. Pam?
How you doing, everyone? It's the day of FPA modifications. It's development season. So this next modification is for prescription only. Two prescription changes for two different parcels. We'll show you on the map in a minute that a portion of one of the parcels, we're going to transfer that from, we're going to change the prescription from areas to be served by on-site systems to currently sewered, and then another parcel from areas to be served by on-sites to local prescriptions within the Medina County, FPA, and Sharon Township. So local prescriptions are a unique option for the county, for the facility planning area, designated management agencies. In Medina County, the local prescription really is the county will extend sanitary sewers if the township's in agreement. Again, this was recommended by our Water Quality Subcommittee. And so, as Sarah had another project, as parcels get combined, we have to make sure the prescriptions match, and that's for one of the parcels, and then the other parcels for local. So the applicant is the Medina County Sanitary Engineer. It's currently within the Medina County FPA, and it's just prescription changes from areas served by on-sites to currently sewered for a parcel where there's a sewer line, and then changing the prescriptions to local prescriptions because the sewer actually ends in that parcel as well. The only affected party is Sharon Township, and they're in agreement with this change. So the map on the left shows you the two parcels that have been combined, and you can see that they're yellow and they're green. So we're going to change that. The actual sewer line goes right down through here and ends up at the end of this parcel. So on the left side, you'll see that we're going to make that one parcel that's currently sewered as the prescription, and then the other one as locally prescribed. We had some conversations with the engineer's office. Why don't we consider these parcels over here in green to local prescriptions, or this parcel down here as local prescriptions? And it's really a sewer line that stubs at this parcel that's in red. And so they kind of want to leave it at local prescriptions once there's some conversation about connecting that parcel. And as Sarah said, we always notify Ohio EPA for certification. We also notify all the parties that are involved as these modifications requests progress through the committees. We notify them of the status as well. Again, this is to modify the prescriptions for a portion of one parcel and an entire parcel from areas served by on-site to currently sewered. And then the other one is from areas served by on-site to local prescriptions. I can take any questions.
Can I have a motion? Mayor Serby, seconded. Thank you, Mr. McCormick. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, that motion carries. Thank you. Next item on the agenda, Avon Lake, Lorco Phase 1 FPA and French Creek FPA boundary and prescription modification request in North Ridgeville.
So Lorco is Lorraine County Rural Wastewater Authority. They are 6119 district. They own and operate sanitary sewer lines. They do not own and operate a wastewater treatment plant. They have a relationship with the city of Avon Lake and their wastewater treatment plant. So that facility planning area is actually called Avon Lake Lorco Phase 1 FPA facility planning area. French Creek facility planning area is actually North Ridgeville's facility planning area. And again, this is for both a boundary and a prescription modification along Burns Road for one parcel. And I'll give you some more details on that. So the parcel is currently 6.2 acres. A force main runs along the western side of this property. The request is to actually change the FPA modification and move the parcel in its entirety into the Lorco Phase 1 area so that it can connect to the force main that runs along their property. The intent is that they're going to subdivide this property and they want to tie into that sewer. So they want the prescriptions to reflect that it's currently sewered and that they change the FPA modification from North Ridgeville to French Creek because the French Creek Lorco line is already there. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mike, I can't hear.
Yeah, it seemed like your presentation wasn't advanced.
Was lagging.
Go ahead.
No, sorry about that. So one of the things with this property is the property owner negotiated a free tap-in fee in 2009 to allow that Lorco force main to come along that property. The parent property is going to remain on site, but when they subdivide, they're going to tie those parcels in. Again, it's one parcel. The application is made by the owner or operator of that force main. The area, it's within North Ridgeville's facility planning area. And they're proposing to take it to the Avon Lake Lorco Phase 1 proposed area, and then changing the prescriptions from sewers expected in 20 years to currently sewered. The affected parties are North Ridgeville, Avon Lake, Lorco, and in this case, we considered Lorraine County as an affected jurisdiction because they're discussing the potential of establishing another countywide 6119. They also have a relationship with Lorco and other planning areas in the county. All parties have been notified. All parties are in agreement. So what does it look like? The blue line is actually the force main, and it flows north to Avon Lake. The parcel is here in the hatched black lines. Burns Road runs along the south side. So the idea is that, in essence, this is not ideal, but it is allowed in the 208 plan to create this island only if the existing current facility planning area can still serve the area. North Ridgeville has agreed to this. Avon Lake has agreed to accept the flow. Lorco has agreed to accept the flow. So the change would create this one parcel that is Avon Lake's Lorco Phase 1 facility planning area boundary, kind of in between Elyria and French Creek. Again, it's not ideal, but the property owner negotiated in, I guess, fair business to allow that easement to happen without payment in lieu of a tap-in fee. So the Water Quality Subcommittee has recommended this, and so the action is to, the action, again, we always notify and move it through, but the action is to take that one parcel out of French Creek, North Ridgeville, create this island, so to speak, for the Avon Lake Lorco Phase 1 to allow that property owner who negotiated for that easement to tie into that sewer line that's already along his property and change the prescriptions from sewered, as expected within 20 years, to currently sewered. I can take any questions.
Thank you, Pam. Can I have a motion on the item? Motion by Mr. Kleiber, seconded. Mayor Gale. All right, open for discussion. Mayor Kleiber, or Engineer Kleiber. Problematic in our world.
Yeah, no, they haven't. And I'm not concerned about it because it's not my time.
Yeah.
So it is unusual that you would allow something like this to happen, create an island. But, since the line runs right by his house and he negotiated it a couple of decades ago, we didn't see any reason to stand in the way. And we have no plans to sewer that area anytime soon.
Okay, very good. Any other comments, questions from anyone? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to item 7, presentations. Long-range transportation plan update. Director Galucci.
Yes, good afternoon. So, Ali, there you go. Thank you. Long-range plan is updated every 4 years. In 2021, we updated ENEO 2050, and that was a major overhaul of the prior long-range plan. This time, it is a minor update. It is updated primarily for things that have changed as a result of the census, as a result of COVID, and with new information that we've received from the Household Travel Survey. I'll turn it over to Dr. Ali Makarachi, who will go over the detail of the update to the long-range transportation plan. Ali?
Thank you. Good afternoon. As Grace mentioned, no action is requested. This item for information and discussion and is a continuation of the previous plan, ENEO 2050, should be 2050. Anyway, the long range has got 3 items. is a long-range, long-term investment and planning and policy for the next 25 years. And it's got short-term investment, that's we call it TIP program. And obviously the public involvement. We had one in December, all the counties. Then we will have in the April and May to get the feedback from the residents of the region and then update the model. As I previously we mentioned that this is previously there was a planning for moving cars and trucks, but we have changed it 4 years ago and we are talking about moving people and goods. And that was started in 2020. Now we are updating the previous plan. This flow chart shows the procedure we do it for each scenarios and for each projects, plausible projects, and we go through the committees, public involvement, and come back to board and approve the plan. As Chris mentioned, this data is recently, because of the COVID, has changed, and we have got now, the previous plan was based on the 2010 an estimate of the ACS, but this plan is based on the 2020 census. And one thing is change is, as you see on this map, it shows the population for 2050 changes. This is from the ODOT development of the Department of the Ohio Development of the, I think it's called Department of Development, Ohio Department of Development. And that is if it's a darker county, darker color, red color, means they are losing population. If it's a lighter and blue color, means gaining the population. Now, in our county, the losers are Cuyahoga County with about 18%, Lake about 13%, but Geauga and Lorain are gaining, and Medina is in the middle, no gaining, no lose, about 0.76%. What has changed from the 4 years ago is the telecommuting. We experienced the telecommuting during the COVID, and it went up to 60% working from home. Now has coming down, but it's not like before, it's even much higher than what we had it before the COVID. And that's about 10 to 15% right now. Shopping online is increased, and especially around the holiday seasons, that increases even up to 16, up to 18% shopping online. That the impact to our transportation is reducing the trips, shopping trips and virtual meetings. We have, most of us attend the meeting through the different virtual, Zooms and other facilities, and we don't go to each other's office. That reduces the non-home, we call it non-home base business trips. That's increasing, and still people are learning and the equipments and everything. So we are working from our offices and communicate with each other through the virtual meeting. Every 10 years, we do update our household survey. And last year, we started, after the census, we delayed a year or two because of the COVID. Then we started last year, and this June, this 2025, the final report is going to be presented to the board. This is we hired a consultant. They spent on this about more than a year. We collected about 1% of the household survey, the way we asked them, the way they traveled, daily travels pattern, and the survey this. So now we come to plan. Plan is now based on the scenario planning. It used to be, years ago, was based on the risk analysis or looking at the trend of the trend in the planning. But nowadays, the new approach is looking at the scenarios and see what we are going, and then prepare for this, invest for that. So one example is if you are going to San Francisco, we have to go east. If you are going to go to west, if you go to New York, we have to go east. So the same thing, if the scenario is scenario 1, 2, 3, 4. We have to prepare this to get there in 2050. Scenario 1 is we have got 4 scenarios. Scenario 1 is allocating 100% to maintain the system, no additional, no enhancement, nothing. This is just, we look at this scenario and looking at the maintaining bridges, pavement, and looking at the transit, maintaining transit vehicles and in a good state, end of each decade. So this is just, if you look at like any other project, this is a no-build scenario. The second scenario, we are looking at the status quo, investing in the highway and interchanges, arterials, and optimizing the traffic signals, basically investing in the highway system and street and highway system. Scenario 3, in the reverse, we are investing on the transit on this scenario, and assumptions are future buses, BRT, more transit, expanding the transit network, creating major transit hubs and connecting to the major transit, major job hubs, and that's basically transit-oriented scenario. The scenario 4 is basically looking at highway and transit together, and we have autonomous shuttle buses. We have, on this scenario, we have equipped highway, so the autonomous cars can communicate with the highway, and then it will be safer, but at the same time, it will be higher capacity. We are looking at in this scenario, we are looking at installing the extra EV charging and creating the walk and bike accessibility to major residential, from major residential area to major transit network and major job hubs. So we compare all these 4 and we run our travel demand model for 4 scenarios. Then we compare the results of each scenario through some targets and performance measures. So one of them is part of the long range. We have to have a congestion management plan, which we go every 3 years, evaluate the congestion situation in our area, and every 6 years, we have to update that plan. So the plan goes through set of the SMART objectives, set of the performance measures, and you go through this evaluation and implementation. So we come back, and currently we are looking at the different measures on this and objectives for this congestion management. As an example, the first one, for example, reducing percentage of the total vehicle delays during a typical AM and PM peak periods. Right now is 9%, and the objective is to decrease it every decade by 1 or 2%. So the other one, reducing average walk access to transit work commute time in terms of the, right now is at 37 minutes during the AM peak period. We are reducing minutes, so 36, and it goes to 2050 for 34. So these are the list of the objectives for this congestion management plan, part of the long range. For example, implementing diverging diamond interchange. We have done 1 in Solon. We are adding 2 more in the next 25 years. The current congestion highway, shows the highway corridors currently for AM and PM peak periods. And what we show there is a volume over capacity is higher than 1, and you can see there's shown with the black line on the highway. So it goes 1.4, 1.3. So these are the location. Every 3 years we evaluate or identify where the locations are, the congested locations are. Then for the interchange and intersection, we do the same based on each approach, and we look at where the congestion intersections and interchange in the area. Now we go to performance measures, more for each scenario. We have developed about 300 of them, but I'm showing just a few. First of all, the zero car household density is important because of when a household they don't have a car, they are transit, we call it transit captive. They have to use other modes to go to work, to shopping. So it's important in terms of the providing access to transit for them. So that's why we have to locate them. And as you see here is a left-hand side is the zero car household density. And on the right-hand side is the general household density in our region. Then for 2050 is if you compare these two a little bit less in 2040, same pattern exists. In terms of accessibility and mobility, access to transit for the percentage of the people with a 15 minutes walk to transit is for each scenario, you can see from scenario 1 is a 61%, it goes to 68% in scenario 4. For zero car household, as I mentioned, is important. These are transit captive people. So it goes from 71 to 76, and number of the jobs access to transit for a 15 minutes walk. So when they take the transit bus or the train, they come to work, then from last stop to go to reach their employment destination, that's less than 15 minutes. Is about, in scenario 4, is about 81%. So that shows we are going towards creating a multimodal system. That investment on the transit and investment on the scenario 4 is basically showing the annual transit ridership. Is scenario 1 and 2 is at 22 million. It goes to 37 and 38 million, something like 80% extra. On the freeway and arterial delays, again, based on the annual delay per capita in hours, these are in hours, for a freeway is about 2.6 hour, and then for a principal arterial, it goes to 6.5 hours. And then excessive delay means you drive less than 60% of the posted speed. This is the measure from the FHWA. We have to make sure. So you can see the scenario 4 is a 0.78 on this performance measure. So work commute time, again, whether it's an auto or transit walk access or transit drive access. You can drive to the park and ride, take the bus, and then that's a transit drive access. Or you walk to a transit stop and take the bus. So again, you can see the difference between each scenario. Zero car households to major job hubs by transit, it goes from 38 to 43 minutes. And from the all jobs and all modes, we talk about 41 to 39 minutes in each, from scenario 1 to scenario 4. Safety, we have got the Vision Zero in terms of fatality and major injuries. So that is a target in our, we are reducing 3 to 4% every year to go to the zero. And that translates for every decade, the next decades. For example, for fatality, right now we are talking about in our region 150. Unfortunately, that's going to go down to by 2030 by 120. And by 2040, it's going to be 60. And by 2050, it's going to be 0. So that's the same thing with the major, with the serious injuries and non-motorized fatalities. Air quality, our air quality team has run the MOVE software and calculated emissions per million residents. And you see here, VOC is for scenarios from 3.14 to 2.99. And for NOx is from 2.08 to 1.98. PM 2.5, particulate matters of size of the 2.5 micromillimeter or less is per million residents. It goes from 71 tons to 67 annually. Infrastructure, the pavement cost to maintain it, we tried different scenarios. One is the PCR, pavement condition rating, average to 80. From 0 to 100, 100 is a perfect, and less than 40, 50 is a poor condition. So 80 or 75, but the optimal one, which is a maintaining every year, is better and is less cost in terms of because the optimal MNR, maintenance and rehabilitation, the average PCR is 88 and the cost less. If you continuously maintain the road, is better than leaving it and come back and do major rehabilitation. Bridge condition, right now we have got 5% poor, 14% fair, and 28% satisfactory, and 52% good. This is based on the deck area of the bridges and based on the general appraisal. 0 to 4 from is a 0 to 9, 0 to 4 is a poor, 5 is a fair, 6 satisfactory, 7, 8, 9, which is a new bridge, is a good. So on this, we are only 5%, maybe 14% we have to invest and maintain it. So how much we need for the budget to keep it, as in a good condition, or at least satisfactory condition, is 121 million for next 5 years. And then we need 202 million for the next decade and so on. And the final budget, the total for the 5 years based on the 2025 dollars is all converted to net present, basically the current dollar. So we are talking about $613 million. Non-motorized, the project we have got is the trail network. We are connecting all the trails, all the parks to each other. And that is basically creating a highway and the freeway with a LTS1, level of traffic stress 1. So cyclists can safely biking through this network. And we are creating that. We are investing on this. And the project is going to finish by the long range and is will be presented to the June to the board. Then you can see we have got 23 miles next 5 years and 46 goes to next decades to invest on this, sidewalks, and also new bike facilities is going to be 53 miles, 100 and 100 for next decade. So right now, as a statistics, we have got talking about sidewalks, about over 2,000 miles we have got, and bicycle facilities about over 1,400 miles. Freight is an important part of the long range and important part of the economy of our region. And you will see why I put this slide here, because of the space for parking is important for the safety of driver, for safety of others. Truck drivers needs to park somewhere because trucking is a main mode of the good movements in our region. So that's important to have so right now we have got over 1,600 spaces, but based on the FHWA criteria, we need to invest every year about add 30 more spaces for the parking. So why is it important? If you look at the last column on the right-hand side, the truck EE means external to external is right now is at 19% about the VMT of the external to external truck, VMT, vehicle mile traveled. That's going to go up 28%. Not only in our region, in our state as well, it's going to increase through truck traffic through our region. That's important to have the space for parking. So this is about 1/3 of increase in the next decades. So for the truck is important. Anyway, the other important factor in the freight planning is truck routes. Truck routes are the routes which carries high volume of the truck traffic, connects the key origin and destinations, accommodate trucks in various sizes, and serves as a primary delivery routes. And obviously should be in terms of the appropriate road classification. So we looked at the AM, PM, different levels of the analysis. We came back and as you see all these small maps on this slide, the main one we identified the primary and secondary truck routes. This is important in terms of the delay, in terms of because any delay it happens to us is a delay to my time, but if happens to truck, is delay to the economy and impacts the economy of the country. Future technology, then one of them is the EV adoption. In 2023, the US Department of Energy produced this map on the left-hand side. And when we look at our state, is 391 EVs per 100,000. We translate that, and in the NOACA region is about, in 2023 data, is about 8,000 EVs. We use this which is some mathematical equation to see what happens in the forecasted, and this is by 2030, we will have 50,000. 2040 is gonna be 135,000 EVs in our region, and by 2050 is gonna be 255,000, which is about 1/3 of the car ownership in our region. So for this is required to have some charging ports. Most of them are, all the owners will charge their cars at home and at garages. That's called L1 overnight. But when they come to work, is L2 is the one that takes 6-7 hours. And sometimes when it's a through traffic or required to get DCFC fast charging, L3, this we forecasted what we need to support this EVs in our region, like gas station, whether it's a public or private. So for 255,000, on top of what is happening in their people's garages and private owner, private land, that's here we need to over 1,200 L2 and over 700 DCFC. That will cost about 90 million. Autonomous cars and the EVs and all this is going to be in our roads because the car industry is changing from the horsepower to the processing power. And that's now, and any car you can see, there are more right now. They probably own one of them. It's got more electronic than the mechanical that used to be, just the car. So, I mean, recently they charged me over $100 just to look at the car, my car, just to buy the computer to tell me what's wrong. So it was $100 for just to check it by computer. Anyway, so that was now if you look at the scenarios, the conventional cars percentage, it goes down for a scenario for 58%. And for the other autonomous cars and electric cars and hybrid cars, it goes to 38%, and autonomous shuttle buses from 1% to 4%, which connects the transit hubs to job hubs. All these projects and all this in the scenarios is not free. There's no free lunch apart from here in the NOACA. But apart from that, so we said, okay, how much? So there's a list of the projects which is common to all the scenarios. Like the one in the red is the ones we are talking about, like safety, implementation of the highway and arterial improvements, pavement maintenance, and bridge maintenance. These are common to all projects. Apart from that, each scenario has got its own projects, depends on whether highway, transit, or scenario 4. So we look at all this and look at the cost. But on the other side of the coin, we need a revenue and the budget. There are 3 scenarios for revenue. One is a no growth. The other scenario is a 2% and 4%. Looking at this with the different categories, roadway, non-motorized, and transit, and the total. This chart shows how basically it goes to the total of the high growth 4% goes to $5 billion based on the 2025 dollars. So we compare the costs with the revenue and see for scenario 4, we need 4% growth. With 2% or no growth, we can't implement the scenario 4. For the other scenarios, yes, but scenario 4 is not possible. Then we look at the more details and see where the problems are in terms of the revenue. Still the roadway, we need 4% for scenario 4, and some of them even scenario 2, which is a car-oriented, doesn't work with a 2% revenue. We need 4%. So in terms of transit, still 2% is not, for scenario 3, which was transit oriented, is not enough. We need 2 or 4, even 2% is not enough. We need a 4% growth in revenue, so we can, even scenario 3, we can implement the scenario 3. Non-motorized, possibly, again, scenario 3 is not, the 2% is not enough. Now, we compare this, how the scenarios perform in terms of the each performance measure. I showed you some of them as we selected some 30, 40 of them to compare and meaningfully see, compare the scenario 1 as a no build. So this table shows you what we have got. As you see, the first row is a 1 for a scenario 1, for a measure of the effectiveness of the scenario, and the cost, we take it 1 and compare with this scenario. So scenario 2, scenario 3, 4, all these numbers. For example, scenario 4 is a 5.8 times effective, has got more effectiveness than the scenario 1, but it costs 3.7 times the scenario 1. So if you use the like a benefit cost ratio, if you use this ratio, you will see the result is a 1.57 for scenario 4, 1.37 is for scenario 3. These are valid, the viable scenarios. Scenario 2 is not work, is very little compared to scenario 1. So is it better to have maintain the system rather than investing on a status quo and highway? So the scenario 3 and 4 has got all of them, transit, highway, everything. So that makes sense for the multimodal system. So based on that, we will update the board. And any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Makarachi. Mr. Pecuri.
I know I made some comments at the policy committee meeting, but I feel like I want to have another bite at the apple here. The congestion management plan, I understand there's objectives, but I don't feel like there's anything actionable. And I feel like this type of plan should show like what we're going to see in the future. I mentioned at the last meeting, like ODOT's starting to see a lot of congestion in Lake County on I-90. It'd be nice if a study like this would validate that. Like in the future, yeah, we're also seeing that you're starting to see congestion in Lake County on I-90. I understand this is a minor update, so maybe it's outside the scope of this one, but maybe in the future, just something I wanted to bring up. Like it would be nice that if this regional planning model would kind of validate some of the stuff that some of the other agencies are working on.
Yes, as I mentioned, for the congestion management, we have to evaluate every 3 years and send the report to FHWA, and every 6 years, which comes with this updated long range, we have to do that, and we have to make sure. Now, where we invest this from out of this plan, we have to report to ODOT, and ODOT, I think your staff are they're aware of this kind of congestion we are mentioning, but these are reports available. Yes, we have to do that, reduce the congestion. But as I mentioned at policy committee, to answer your question, congestion went down recently after the COVID because of all these changes in the travel pattern and behavior, people less traveling compared with what we had before.
But it seems like it's only focusing on now. And like, to me, if it's a plan, then we should be also looking a little bit into the future as well. That's all.
Yeah.
If I might, so we do that, and Ali, maybe what I think would be helpful, you break it up by decades. And as an example, in the prior plan, which now has been removed, we had some high occupancy vehicle lanes in future decades because we did see congestion as an issue. We thought that was a way to solve it. We determined that this region doesn't warrant high occupancy vehicle lanes because of congestion, maybe for other reasons, but not for congestion. And so we removed that. But Ali, maybe if you can highlight, not today, because I know it's a lot of information that you don't have in front of you, but if you can highlight perhaps the decades where, like this.
The last row of what you're saying is the last row We talked
Right, but
about
if you
none.
can do this by individual corridors, major corridors, is that possible based on the model to extract something like I-90 from Lake County to Cuyahoga County or Cuyahoga County to Lorain County?
We can look at each, segment of the road segment or anything is the technique called select link approach. We identify that segment, then we say, where is the origin and destinations and how much is congestion, whether it's a single occupancy cars or whether it's more than, and actually last year we did for the ODOT's application for the inner belt, we identified the single occupancy and more than one car, and we use the same technique, and that was the application for the inner belt to change inner belt is, if you remember.
Right, I feel like we know where the congestion is now, and I guess what I'm saying is we have these objectives into the future, but the only way to accomplish them or to get them better is to act on projects, and I guess that's where I'm going, and maybe this isn't the right venue, but I just feel like we have to figure out what those projects are, and that's part of the planning process.
And
And I
that
don't
is-
know that that's happening here. That's
It is happening, and that's why I'm saying he's got that in the model, but he's not articulated it in terms of specific projects in this presentation. Again, some of the things that were that are in the existing plan, also things like ramp metering, because in the third decade, you will see some additional traffic. I'm just suggesting that Ali be more explicit about that in the plan and perhaps include some of that information that takes it down to another level of project specific by decade.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Mr. Claypool?
First of all, let me say, I've sat through this 3 times. I applaud you for your tenacity and your ability to get through this, because that's a lot of information and you do a good job.
Thank you.
With that said, my comments from the policy committee stand. I'm still looking for a shout out to Geauga. I didn't see anything about buggy lanes or buggies out there. We're increasing our Amish community, and, it could have a traumatic experience on Geauga County. I'm just not seeing it in the plan. But I do have a question for you, and that is, relative to your calculations, your 4 scenarios, and you're talking about the calculations on cost and so forth. You also talked about EV charging stations and all that. So are the cost for the projected EV stations, and I asked this question this morning, and we're going to do private because, I'd rather see a private solution. We didn't fund Sunoco stations. I'd rather see private enterprise funding EV stations. So are the calculations government providing the EV stations, or the calculations in your model include private investment in EV stations?
When we say, for example, in scenario 4, we need so many EV charging to support the vehicles, to support EV vehicles, that's cost, as I said, based on the government 2% is not going to be enough. Probably the private sector should put in some money and invest on this. As we are I know from your county, we had one location for the library, Geauga Library. They refused to have that. We moved it to Chardon. But when I asked them why you're not accepting free EV charging, the response was because close by there's a gas station. They are putting 4 fast charging. And the woman told me the reason why we are not refusing, because there's already within 200 yards from here, there are 4 is going to be DCFC, and they thought is extra is not necessary. So yes, is something which is not enough from the government. So like any other things, the private sector is going to step in and is going to do if we show. But we need to do this because of if you go now outside, every corner at any intersection, there's a 4 private gas station not owned by the government, is private sector provides service to the cars. If this happening based on I'm saying if this EV charging is happening, as a transportation authority, we need to support them either ourselves or private sector should put in and come, and they will, like many other things. The famous one is a Ford started T from but now look at everywhere, every day, everybody's car industry is everywhere. Everybody building a car. So it's not a, but somebody should pioneer this and start and supporting that.
But what I'm trying to get to is the data corrupted by the fact that we're building calculations into it, which may not play out. And so I'm just trying to get the understanding of how good is the data.
Sure.
And so that's the reason for the question.
Answer your first question previously, are we talking about public or private EV charging when we look at the numbers that we need? Keeping in mind, the best example are the private plugs you have in your home, that most EV charging will be done in the home. Those are privately owned, installed, and they have nothing to do with the government subsidies that we would be looking at to include in our long-range plan. So there's nothing there. What is included in terms of the amount of the numbers is public and private.
Again,
That-
to
that
support
doesn't
what,
come through in the numbers. So we're making decisions based on the graphs and the charts, but the graphs and the charts are somewhat distorted because they include dollars which would probably be privatized versus that which government's going to use. So how much money does the government need to use? Well, we don't know because the chart's a little bit distorted because there's probably going to be more private dollars than government dollars.
Absolutely, there's significantly more, and we'll make it clearer in the draft version that we will release as to the amount of the assumption that is included for the governmental execution of some charging stations in the initial stages. So make sure that that's clear. I think that's actually the number you have there.
yes, what I was, one is if you look at our 4 years ago, the plan, I invite you to look at on our website, the number of cars and EVs was much higher than what we are now forecasting. And EV we needed is now we have reduced because that's again. But to what Grace said in terms of the people doing charging at home, actually the 78% of the charges are from home, 78%. So we are talking about a small portion, the private sector, whether it's a homeowner or whether it's a gas station or whoever, is taking major part of it. So we are talking about less than 20% is done by the outside. Most people charge their cars and they will charge their electric cars at home, like many of probably they have got now. My neighbor has got one EV charge, but before buying that, installed the charger at the garage so they can charge overnight.
Yeah, and to answer the second question, we do have included in the plan, I'm sorry, the second part of the question was about,
It's not reflected.
The whole core of the question is, how much can we rely on the data we just saw? Because it may be a bit distorted by the fact that we're including the total cost of EV stations on a government basis versus separating that out from how much private
right.
versus
So I can
government.
assure you that we're only including the governmental share in the dollars that are reflected, and we'll make sure that's clear. But to your point of, is the data corrupted in terms of assumptions? As Dr. Makarachi stated in one of the earlier meetings, that's why we update this every 4 years. So every 4 years, we're going to look at the specifics of these kind of data and make those changes when necessary.
And the number of required charges doesn't do with any cost. This is based on the two cars, one charger for 2 cars. That's nothing to do with the cost. Cost comes the next step. We say how much budget we need for this kind of. Before that, based on what the government, the Department of Energy produces, we update as you saw in this picture. This was 4 years ago when I had the data. It was much higher than this. Then the government in 2023 revised, and then we revised as well. But based on that, based on different scenarios, we looked at the one charger for 2 cars or one charger for more than 2 cars. Then we look at different scenarios, and these numbers comes nothing to the cost based on what we need to support, what generally in this region is required in terms of charging to support this, EV charging, like what we need to require in terms of the gas station is now too many of them. As you see, most of them, there's no queue, there's nothing, and they compete with each other. Is, for example, Costco says if you are a member, we give you 10%, other one says if 20%. So this kind of thing, but generally, that's what comes, the cost comes after that.
So it sounds like we'll get clarification for the presentation to the board in June.
Yeah, we'll make sure it's clear in the draft that goes out as well.
Mr. Deaver, one comment slash question. I'm not hearing any conversation in the transportation planning about the vehicles that are now moving all the products because our culture's shifting to more online ordering. And there's a real safety issue with the Amazon, UPS, FedEx trucks that are parking in the street. And you know, the driver's at risk. We have some drivers get hit. It's hard to get around some of the trucks on the highway, and I'm not hearing any conversation about that. And I think that my sense is there's a real safety issue around that. And so I'll just throw that out there and say maybe that's something we ought to talk about at some point.
Yeah, I mean, the delivery models, I mean, the drone, I think we heard about just recently also. I mean, that is something that's forthcoming into the future too.
Yes,
Correct.
that's it. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thanks. I have just two questions. I'll keep pretty brief. As used in the presentation, what do we mean by the term revenue? Is that federal funds coming into NOACA,
Federal fund coming into, yes,
to NOACA specifically?
yes.
Okay, thank you. And then just to better understand, under the scenarios that increase transit service, I think some of the projections showed that commute time on transit would also increase. And I'm curious why that scenario results in a higher average commute time versus lower.
The reason why is because on the scenario 4, as I mentioned, we said we are going to lose population on the 2050, on the forecast for the population. We are talking about for example, Cuyahoga County is going to lose 20%. That's something we are talking about 200,000 people. So in scenario 4, we said, okay, this is happening on other scenarios, but let's look at this if people move closer to the transit stops, like TOD and other things. Then the population is going to increase. Not increase, but it's not going to lose as much as 20% as on the other scenarios. That's why you see the difference between is a technical part of it in terms of the data, what we are talking about. So that's why you see, although we invest on transit, but 1 or 2 minutes, the travel time goes higher. That's what you're saying is why we are investing and why the transit time becomes higher than the other scenarios. We are serving more people. That's the reason. Not just same. Is not a comparing apple to apple. It is comparing more people. We are assuming the scenario 4. We are reducing the number of people, not as much as in other scenarios. Not 20%. We are saying if we stay 10%, for example, in the Cuyahoga County near the stations, we are saving more people. But at the same time, obviously, because more trips are done by transit, then this 1 or 2 minutes transit travel time goes higher.
I'd like to clarify your first question about the revenue. So Dr. Makarachi is saying that the revenue is just NOACA revenue. He means the NOACA region. It is inclusive of federal revenue for ODOT, for the transit agencies, and for NOACA.
So federal transportation funding to the region, to all
Correct.
entities receiving.
Correct, and it would include formula funds as well as discretionary.
Thank you.
Okay, any other further comments or questions on this item? All right, Dr. Makarachi, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on. Is there any old business? Any new business? All right, that brings us to the conclusion of the meeting. I'll make a motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you, everybody.
I've never seen it before where the chair makes the motions, way to get a meeting moving. Yeah, exactly. Very good. Thank you very much for filling in.
No worries. I marked up the whole.
Okay, we change them out every week, every time.